界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana? Gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain bikin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because this is awesome! Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli-beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Garnier Man.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Reki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth. And this
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan. Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
dari Garnier Men.
Kita punya mindset, ya kita harus naik bareng, ya turun bareng, apapun ya bareng gitu.
Bisa dibilang sumber rezeki gue ya sampai saat ini.
Kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela.
Gue tuh bener-bener harus jago, jadi gue semangat belajar terus, main terus.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Ola GX Theater MPL Indonesia.
Begitu ramai dan begitu menggelegar. Inilah dia para superfan yang sudah hadir di MPL Playoff.
Luar biasa sekali semangatnya, mana suaranya?
Aduh, seneng banget ya. Di sini Bude Clara Monster dan juga
Audi Octavia. Hari ini spesial sekali, sudah menuju hari keempat, besok udah mau grand final, Bude.
wow, tak disangka Audi, hanya tersisa 3 tim aja yang ada di babak playoff. Semua tim sudah memberikan yang terbaik dari awalnya 8 tim di regular season. 8 tim terbaik di Indonesia beradu selama 8 minggu. Dan lalu mereka hanya 6 saja yang masuk ke babak playoff.
Dan juga babak playoff ini selalu ya dari pagi mereka sudah siap-siap.
Yes,
gitu
karena
kan.
mereka harus beradu dalam best of 5 series. Dari 6 di hari pertama kita sudah harus kehilangan 2 tim tereliminasi. Selanjutnya kali ini kita udah tersisa 3 aja nih Audi. Ada RRQ Hosi yang sudah menempatkan diri di babak grand final.
Ada ONIC Esports.
Yap, ONIC Esports Panasonic dan juga Aura Fire yang akan berjuang dari lower bracket.
Benar sekali, 3 tim ini akan terus bersaing, tapi memang MPL Indonesia season 10 ini selalu memberikan warna baru ya, karena posisinya tuh dak duk gitu ya, bener-bener memang fluktuatif dan memang harus berjuang setiap tim setiap waktunya.
Benar, dak-duk seru banget Audi, tapi yang di sini nih, ini topi atau apa? Bude mau tanya-tanya nih ya, sama para Sonic yang ada di depan sini. Coba keluarin yel-yelnya dong. Boleh ya yel-yel, nanti Aura Fam juga ya, kita gantian yel-yel ya. Boleh nih, karena ini adalah final lower bracket, boleh kita dengerin nih dari yel-yel. Para Sonic siap? Oke, Sobat Onik mana suaranya? ONIC Esports, oh wow, dari Mythic Legend dan juga Epic semuanya berseru seorang. It's ONIC time.
Bye-bye tenggorokan itu ya. Aduh, kalau ini boleh
Aura dulu
langsung.
dong, Aura juga ya. Aura boleh yel-yelnya gimana persiapan nih? Sebelum Final Red, siap? Aura Fans, mana suaranya?
Luar biasa semangat Aura Fans.
Aura. Sampai atas pada tepuk tangan bareng. Luar biasa.
Bener-bener luar biasa. Tapi karena match-nya pasti kalian tunggu-tunggu banget match-nya kan? Sebelumnya kita punya yang sangat-sangat pasti ditunggu-tunggu dalam perjalanan dari regular season sampai babak playoff. Yaitu kita akan mengumumkan siapakah yang akan memenangkan 7 kategori award dari MPL Indonesia season 10.
Apakah idola kalian akan mendapatkannya ataukah seseorang yang baru?
Kira-kira siapakah mereka? Aku akan kasih spill 7 kategori untuk hari ini.
Yep.
Ya, yang pertama kita punya ada MVP regular season by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Dan juga ada Most Improved Player by TikTok.
Ada juga First Team by Axe.
Dan ada Rising Star but by Head and Shoulder.
Kita juga punya nih kategori pastinya nih Best Coach by Blibli dan juga UBS Gold.
Audi, ada juga nih Best Talent Indonesia by Grab.
Dan juga ada Best Talent Inggris pasti. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi, mana tahu nih ya.
Ini Best of the Best.
Mana tahu player-player dari tim favorit kalian ini memenangkan kategori ini. Jangan kalian kenal nih siapa yang menang ya. Kita nggak tahu ya. Kira-kira siapakah mereka? Biar nggak makin penasaran Bude. Gimana kalau kita akan memulai sesi awarding kita pada kali ini?
Let's go. Tapi bukan kita berdua. Audi yang akan membacakan nominasinya. Karena akan ada yang spesial. Budi juga nggak tahu sih ini bakal siapa karena ini adalah untuk membacakan yang the best. Pasti yang baca ini juga the best.
Benar sekali.
Kayaknya ini best couple sih.
Siapakah mereka? Tapi sebelumnya kita akan sambut dulu, inilah kategori yang pertama, yaitu adalah MVP Regular Season. Siapakah dia? Silakan.
Halo. Belum ya? Halo.
Halo.
Halo semuanya. Nah,
Halo semuanya.
regular season telah usai dan telah menghasilkan pemain-pemain yang luar biasa yang membuat timnya mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan kini kita telah mendapatkan 5 pemain dengan predikat MVP terbaik.
Mampu memberikan yang terbaik bukanlah hal yang mudah. Untuk itu, MPL Indonesia memberikan apresiasi kepada para player yang sering mendapatkan MVP di setiap pertandingan yang dilalui.
Nah, berbeda dengan season sebelumnya, season ini 5 pemain dengan poin MVP terbanyak telah ditentukan dengan voting. Nah, siapa sajakah mereka?
Kategori MVP Regular Season by Samsung Galaxy A Series.
Nominasinya adalah
Nominasi MVP Regular Season by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Kairi.
Nah.
Cewek. Skylar. Nino. Suji. Albert.
Nah, itu dia nominasinya. Kira-kira siapa yang menjadi MVP Regular Season by Samsung Galaxy A Series? Ayo siapa? Sepertinya MVP regular season adalah
Pemenangnya adalah Kairi.
Ayo. Pemenangnya adalah Kairi.
Selamat kepada Kairi. Wow, MVP regular season winner. Dan dengan ini juga saya ingin mengundang Bapak Ilham Indrawan selaku Product Marketing Senior Manager Samsung Electronics Indonesia untuk memberikan penghargaan kepada MVP regular season winner. Kepada Bapak Ilham, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan. Mana suaranya? Segini doang, Jespo, ayo. Woo! Ini dia pemenangnya, luar biasa sekali. Dan juga pemenang MVP regular season ini juga mendapatkan HP Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Secara simbolis diberikan langsung kepada pemenang. Mungkin bisa berfoto bersama, diabadikan momen ini. Untuk pemenang MVP regular season kita sekali lagi. Tepuk tangan untuk pemenang dari MVP regular season winner. Maybe Kairi wanna give a speech for all supporters who support you from regular season.
Halo, terima kasih banyak untuk ONIC supporters and from the Filipino supporters that are watching us. Thank you very much and continue to support us as we try to get the ticket to M4 and try to win the finals.
Wow, support dari Sobat Sonic sudah menggemparkan ya. Dan thank you banget Kairi. Congratulations once again for your win. Oh wow, begitu luar biasa tentu. Tapi untuk kategori yang kedua, kita juga melihat banyak sekali player yang berjuang keras untuk berusaha berkembang hari demi hari, match demi match, dan bahkan season demi season. Mulai langkah di season ini perlu konsistensi untuk menghadapi semua tantangan yang menerpa. Dan selanjutnya, inilah dia kategori Rising Star by Head and Shoulders.
Halo semuanya.
Halo semuanya.
Menginjakkan kaki di arena MPL sangatlah tidak mudah. Mereka harus mempunyai mental yang kuat dan juga harus mampu bersaing dengan para senior di line of down.
Namun, tak sedikit pula yang telah membuat penonton terkejut dengan mampu memperlihatkan penampilan terbaiknya dan membuat gebrakan di MPL Indonesia season 10 ini.
Dan MPL Indonesia mengapresiasi dengan memberikan penghargaan bagi pemain baru yang langsung menunjukkan sinarnya. Kategori
Rising Star by Head and Shoulders, nominasinya adalah
Nominasi Rising Star by Head and Shoulders, Kadera, Hais, Wijanarko, Moreno, Sutsuji,
Nah, itu dia nominasinya. Kira-kira siapa ya yang akan menjadi Rising Star by Head and Shoulder?
Dan Rising Star by Head and Shoulder pemenangnya adalah
Wijanarko.
Dan inilah dia pemenang dari Rising Star by Head and Shoulder, Wijanarko. Datang dari MDL dan inilah dia WJ yang akhirnya berhasil menyabet gelar ini. Dan maka dari itu bolehlah mari kita undang untuk Ibu Bunga Prabowo selaku Brand Manager Head and Shoulder Indonesia untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung menyerahkan dari piala untuk Wijanarko, sang Rising Star by Head and Shoulder. Mengabadikan momen bersama dengan WJ, silakan Ibu Bunga. Dan memasuki babak playoff ini tentu begitulah indah. Untuk Wijanarko, boleh waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Thank you semuanya yang udah hadir ke stage. Terima kasih buat keluarga dan tim, terutama orang-orang terdekat dan coach saya yang saya sangat-sangat banggakan. Tanpa dukungan kalian mungkin ini terasa tidak mudah, tapi saya akan tetap berusaha biar bisa menjadi yang terbaik di MPL yang akan datang.
Amin dan terima kasih Wijanarko, sekali lagi congratulations. Dan kita akan menantikan untuk performa selanjutnya dari WJ dan juga Rebellion.
Dan kita akan memasuki awarding yang ketiga, yaitu adalah paling ditunggu-tunggu nih. Tahu nggak apa? Apa nih kira-kira? Yaitu adalah Most Improved Player by TikTok. Woo! Luar biasa, mampu tampil konsisten dan semakin berkembang bukanlah hal yang mudah di MPL Indonesia Season 10 ini. Namun mereka mampu melakukannya dan inilah kategori Most Improved Player by TikTok.
Ya, selamat sore MPL Indonesia. Ya. Para pemain tentunya selalu memberikan performa terbaiknya, menyesuaikan diri dengan tim maupun mampu beradaptasi cepat untuk mengalahkan para lawannya. Di balik itu semua, pemain perlu menguasai diri, mengasah diri, mampu menjadi pemain yang paling berkembang di MPL Indonesia Season 10 ini. Dan kategori Most Improved Player MPL Indonesia Season 10 by TikTok, nominasinya adalah
Nominasi Most Improved Player by TikTok, Max, Samot, Dairen, Sorizo, Nino,
Nah, itu dia nominasinya. Kira-kira siapa yang akan menjadi Most Improved Player by TikTok? Dan Most Improved Player by TikTok pemenangnya adalah BTR Max.
Luar biasa sekali pemenang Most Improved Player Max dari Pegatron Alpha dan juga turut mengundang perwakilan dari TikTok Bapak Jason untuk memberikan penghargaan kepada pemenang Most Improved Player. Foto bersama dengan pemenang Most Improved Player. Dipersilakan. Next.
Terima kasih banyak buat semua yang udah dukung sama vote aku. Thank you.
Max, panjangan dikit Max. Buat siapa keluarga mungkin keluarga terima kasih. Buat keluarga BTR.
Ya buat BG Troopers, makasih semua yang udah dukung sama sorry belum bisa ngasih yang terbaik buat playoff season ini.
It's okay Max, thank you so much Max dan congratulations sekali lagi untuk Max. Singkat padat jelas ya Audi ya.
Luar biasa
terima kasih,
sekali.
katanya terima kasih. Tapi memang terima kasih banyak-banyaknya juga yang udah mendukung semua player dan tim yang ada. Dan bahkan dari super fansnya pun luar biasa, dari manajemennya juga. Dan sekarang ini adalah saatnya kita untuk melihat nggak cuma hanya player yang berjuang di MPL Indonesia.
Benar sekali.
Nggak cuma hanya wajah-wajah yang mungkin kalian biasa lihat berjuang dalam permainan. Tapi banyak sekali aspek yang menunjang permainan mereka. Karena meracik formasi agar dapat menjadi tim yang kuat sangat dibutuhkan oleh seorang coach tim. Di antara mereka, siapakah yang terbaik? Inilah kategori Best Coach by Blibli dan UBS Gold.
Halo semuanya. Yes. Seru ya. Akhirnya bisa online lagi dan gue di sini mau bacain untuk Best Coach. Kita tahu lah kesuksesan para tim sangat dipengaruhi oleh sosok sang mastermind. Strategi baru harus selalu dipersiapkan agar tak mampu dibaca oleh lawan. Tentunya mereka pun harus mengambil keputusan yang tepat dan cepat agar tim dapat menampilkan performa terbaiknya. Dan inilah nominasi Best Coach by Blibli dan UBS Gold.
Nominasi Best Coach by Blibli and UBS Gold. Cassius, Friendini, Aldo, VL,
Nah, itu dia nominasinya. Kira-kira siapa yang akan menjadi Best Coach by Blibli dan UBS Gold? Dan Best Coach by Blibli dan UBS Gold, pemenangnya adalah ONIC Aldo.
Jadi inilah dia sang pemenang Best Coach berjuang bersama tim ONIC Esports berseason-season. Dan kali ini tentu saja Budi akan langsung mengundang Bapak Francesco Satria selaku Senior Brand Activation Officer Blibli untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung. Dan kita juga ingin mengundang Bapak
Michael Yahya, Creative Director UBS Gold, untuk memberikan penghargaan kepada Best Coach Winner.
Dan tentunya Coach Aldo hari ini bermandikan emas juga, mendapatkan logam mulia sebesar 25 gram dari UBS Gold. Dan juga bisa belanja nih karena Blibli memberikan voucher sebesar 25 juta rupiah.
Utama-tama mau ucapin terima kasih aja untuk semua keluarga, support system, player-player yang luar biasa, dan juga Sonic yang luar biasa. Dan yang pasti penghargaan ini saya persembahkan juga untuk coaching staff ONIC yang luar biasa, Coach Shep, Mars, Kalisti, Kogeri, Om Andi Pohan, semuanya luar biasa, dan ini untuk kalian juga penghargaannya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, dan tentunya perjalanan dari coach belum selesai karena coach dari ONIC Esports harus berusaha lagi. Final lower bracket masih akan menjadi tantangan pula.
Benar sekali, dan teman-teman udah siap belum untuk kategori work selanjutnya?
Siap dong.
Wow, harus siap karena
ini akan menjadi yang terakhir ya, karena nanti duanya akan ada di penghujung acara.
Benar sekali, kita masih punya 2 kategori, pastikan nanti kalian tetap standby, kasih semangatnya pastinya ya untuk pemenang awardnya. Dan ini dia untuk kategori award selanjutnya, karena setiap pemain harus mampu dan tampil memberikan performa terbaik di masing-masing role-nya. Dan inilah dia kategori First Team by Ox.
Udah nyala belum ini? Halo? Udah belum Bang Pior? Annyeong guys. Ya, hari ini aku sama Cesi mau bacain nominasi ya. Ya. Siap Cesi? Siap. Oke. Kerjasama dan chemistry jadi kunci untuk tim-tim berkompetisi di MPL Indonesia musim ke-10 ini.
Namun di lain sisi, tanggung jawab dan dedikasi dari masing-masing posisi juga begitu berarti.
Tidak bisa dipungkiri, beberapa player dengan posisinya begitu disegani.
Kami ingin mengapresiasi mereka-mereka yang menjadi nomor 1 di role yang mereka emban.
Bisa dibilang ini adalah tim impian yang terbentuk di MPL Indonesia musim ke-10 ini.
Siapa sajakah yang pantas menjadi first team di MPL Indonesia season 10? Ini dia nominasinya.
MPL Indonesia Season 10 telah membuktikan bahwa Mobile Legends Bang Bang bukanlah permainan perorangan, melainkan permainan tim. Masing-masing player dari tiap role-nya bisa menjadi pilar untuk bisa mengeluarkan versi terbaik dari timnya. Karenanya kami ingin mengapresiasi tiap pilar-pilar atau tiap role yang berhasil membuat timnya bisa terus berkembang di MPL Indonesia Season ke-10. Dan inilah pemenang First Team presented by Ox.
Nah, itu dia nominasinya. Kira-kira Cesi, siapa ya yang akan menjadi first team by Ox?
Kita buka ya.
Kita buka ya amplopnya ya. Tuh, 2, 3. Dan first team by Ox, pemenangnya adalah Romer Baloyski.
Untuk XP-lanernya ada Boots.
Untuk gold lanernya ada Cewek.
Dan untuk mid laner ada Udil.
Nah, dan untuk junglernya adalah jungler siapa? Junglernya adalah Kairi. Selamat. Oh ya.
Wow, sekali lagi selamat kepada first team winner. Ada Baloyski, Boots, Cewek, Udil, dan juga Kairi. Luar biasa sekali, ini tim-tim impian pastinya ya kan. Dan sekaligus juga ingin mengundang Bapak Nikalis Ramadan, ABM Ox Indonesia untuk memberikan penghargaan kepada pemenang first team winner.
luar biasa ya Audi, ini adalah tim yang diimpikan oleh pencinta Mobile Legends kayaknya nih.
Pastinya dicocok-cocokin terus ya. Terus abis itu mereka memenangkan first team winner akhirnya. Luar biasa.
Ada Baloiski yang sudah mendapatkan piala, ada Boots juga. Lalu ada Ayah Udil ngedapetin piala.
Fansnya tuh banyak banget tuh.
Iya, dari di tribun Epic sama Legend dan juga Mythic. Semuanya ramai memberikan tentunya dukungan untuk para player kesayangan mereka yang ada di panggung, Audi.
Benar sekali Bude. Berfoto bersama mungkin. Berfoto bersama dengan 5 orang. Ini juga dalam pemenang first team winner. Ya, tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi teman-teman yang ada di Expo Theater.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gimana, kalian mau gaya bareng-bareng? Mau apa nih? Di panggung mereka kayak merencanakan sesuatu ya?
Nah, tuh berdiskusi tuh, mulai berdiskusi.
Mereka mau tukeran pialanya katanya. Loh, ganti role dong. Tapi oke, inilah dia kelima pemain yang ngedapetin penghargaan dari kalian semua tentunya yang mendukung mereka. Kita akan mempersilahkan mungkin salah satu untuk memberikan sambutan. Oh, kapten nih. Ayo, 1 patah, 2 patah, semuanya boleh deh, semuanya.
Boleh.
Satu-satu Udil dulu. Satu-satu.
Boleh dong, silakan.
You speak first.
Ayah Udil.
Me.
You're welcome, Baloy. You're welcome.
Makasih buat semua keluarga dan Sonic yang udah dukung. Alhamdulillah.
Sama-sama tuh katanya. Ayah Udil silakan.
Halo semuanya, selamat sore. Gue ingin mengucapkan minta maaf khususnya untuk Alter Champs ya, meskipun sekarang udah sangat disayangkan gue nggak bisa melihat mereka di sini. Cuman gue harap mereka tahu kalau misalkan gue ingin meminta maaf karena hasil yang buruk. Dan ya gue harap kalian memaafkan gue. Gue mengecewakan doa dan dukungan kalian. Sedikit yang gue dapat. Cuman ini guys, gue mohon maaf guys buat kalian.
Hello. No, thank you guys for ONIC supporters and the Philippine supporters and my family, my friends, and for the people who believe me, and continue to support us this upcoming match, and we will try to get the M4 ticket. Thank you.
Yang pertama gue mau ngucapin terima kasih banyak kepada keluarga gue yang udah datang jauh-jauh dari Medan. Terus yang kedua, baik yang nonton di stage dan yang nonton di rumah, terima kasih banyak lah.
Terima kasih sebesar-besarnya diberikan oleh first team winner kita pada hari ini Bude.
Kita kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk first team MPL Season 10. Begitu luar biasa, tapi kita sudah membacakan 5 kategori, Audi. Masih ada 2 lagi, seperti yang udah kita bilang juga ya Audi, itu akan dibacain nanti setelah match.
Pastinya keseruannya ini akan makin bertambah-tambah.
Betul, karena final lower bracket akan berlangsung sesaat lagi. Dan untuk ngedapatin poin kemenangan tentu sangat-sangat tricky. Best of 5 series akan mereka lalui bersama-sama dan hanya 1 slot saja untuk babak grand final.
1 slot saja untuk babak grand final.
Betul, tapi tentu saja izinkan kami berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang ada di sini dan juga para sponsor dan partner yang bergabung bersama MPL Indonesia Season 10. Powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series.
Official sponsor Axe.
Official Super App partner Grab.
official sponsor Head and Shoulder.
Official content partner TikTok.
Kita juga punya partner in e-sport kita ada Blibli.
JPL Quantum.
Living by Mandiri.
Secret Lab.
UBS Gold.
Dan kita punya Garnier Men.
Yes, kita juga punya broadcaster kita yang luar biasa. Ada Vidio dan juga TVRI. Halo Bapak Ibu yang nonton di TVRI juga.
Halo.
Sampai penghujung Indonesia semuanya bisa nonton, Bude.
Betul, apalagi ini adalah momen-momen yang dinantikan seluruh Indonesia. Karena siapapun yang menang di sini, Audi, akan mewakili Indonesia di babak M4.
Gimana? Udah pada gak sabar semuanya? Semangatnya kurang. Gimana? Udah pada gak sabar semuanya?
Wow, inilah dia. Kita juga ada semarak playoff yang begitu ramai, Audi.
Yes.
Banyak banget yang ada di sini. Ini siap-siap ya yang ada di Epic Legend. Jangan mau kalah juga, kita kasih bareng-bareng Mythic. Ayo kita sama-sama semangat untuk MPL Indonesia.
Lebih kejar.
Dan keramaian di MPL Indonesia sudah berasa dari Sabah sampai Merauke, dari Kutub Utara sampai ke Selatan. Tahu banget kalau MPL Indonesia tuh ramai banget. Dan izinkan kita juga mau nyapa-nyapa yang ada jauh di sana. Di Filipina, bagaimana keadaannya MPL Filipina? Hola lo di mana?
Hola lo di mana? Halo MPL Indonesia.
Yes.
We're so excited. Wow.
Wow. Rame ya, tapi kita kayaknya juga rame juga, kita sama-sama ramai. Dan di Filipina sana mereka udah ngedapetin 1 slot babak M4, yaitu Blacklist Internasional yang akan melaju ke babak M4. Sudah mensecure 1 slot juga seperti halnya RRQ hosting.
Benar sekali, karena 1 slot ini akan diperebutkan sampai esok hari. Jadi pastikan kalian tetap menantikan setiap match-nya, apalagi match hari ini paling penting, Bude.
Betul. Babak penentuan final lower bracket. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia ONIC Esports dan Aura Fire.
The final M4 slot is at stake here in today's match. ONIC will take on Aura Fire. A little repeat back in Season 9. Same situation, lower bracket finals. And these two teams going head to head.
It's crazy here in the MPL arena. Once again, a full packed house, ladies and gentlemen. And for you guys at home as well, I know you guys are so excited about this matchup because once again, ONIC Esports, they've been looking unstoppable. Yesterday though, RRQ were able to take them down 3-1. So RRQ technically had a tougher match up against Aura Fire than they did up against ONIC Esports.
That's going to be the question here, Rashi. But of course, back here in the English desk is Connie, Mirko, and as always, Rashi here, who will accompany you today to see and witness history. Who will grab that last M4 slot and who will go head-to-head against RRQ tomorrow for the grand finals. Man, oh man. Mirko, you shared a little insight. I want to hear some insights from Rashi, his awesome insight.
For me?
Yeah,
I think it will depend on today's outcome. Really sure, right? Because there's been a lot of questions about RRQ. Why were they doing why are they having such a tough time against Aura? Is it because Aura has improved so much? Is it because RRQ, they're experimenting, they're keeping things up their sleeve, right? Today, knowing that they've been able to take out ONIC, right? The result of today will really tell how strong exactly is RRQ. Or will it actually show that styles make matchups? Because maybe RRQ is good against ONIC, but not against Aura. We'll just have to see and find out, ladies and gentlemen.
A little rock, paper, and scissors here, perhaps. But now, let's see and check the brackets here in up close and personal. We can see here that RRQ yesterday, in case you missed it again, they beat ONIC 3-1 in dominating fashion. But ONIC now, let's see.
Yeah, ONIC Esports down against Aura Fire in that lower bracket. And it all comes down to this game right here. ONIC Esports secured the upper bracket position as they secured top 2 in the regular season. They were actually first placed in the regular season. But again, in the playoffs, anything can happen. ONIC Esports needs to beware of Aura Fire's crazy picks here in this match.
On that note, let's see here the lineup for today. We are now seeing ONIC still with Boots, CW, Keyboy, Sans, and as well as Kyrie. Meanwhile, Aura Fire, Kabuki, Godiva, Facehugger, High, and Fluffy here. We saw this matchup, I guess a couple of times already, and it seems like it's quite even.
Seems to be quite even. It depends on the early game, right? Both these teams have shown that they can absolutely play for the early game, but ONIC, I think, have a slight edge when it comes to that disciplined playstyle, taking it all the way to that late game. So Aura Fire, they need to try and match their names and go guns blazing all the way since the ring of the bell.
They gotta use that momentum as well. Let's see though, what are their players?
We're talking about Aura, let's talk about the roamer. Godiva, the Lord of Fire. Woo. This guy throughout the season has shown that he is able to make highlight reels as well. Take a look at this. In Season 9, he rarely plays the Mathilda, but it seems it's like in Season 10, he adds this hero to his arsenal, and man, oh man, it's so effective and as well as deadly, especially in this playoff run. 7 times picked up, 42% win rate though, but his average damage per minute, 5,000. Wow, that's a lot, of course, averaging in 3.2 assists. That's also very, very good. And well, he said, hopefully. As we are now seeing the Indonesian Hydras as they are now walking down by the tunnel cam by head and shoulders. Let's welcome the 5 Dragons, Aura Fire.
This roster has been through so much. Season 7, 0 wins. Season 8, first time they made it to the playoffs. Season 9, top 3. And here, they're trying to get that top 2 spot. They're trying to go and represent Indonesia as the M4 representative.
If they succeed and they actually push ONIC down, that will be an amazing upset. And that will finally put Aura in the contention to be the actual champions, not just the people's champion like they've been talking about. But of course, they're up against a very, very tough task. We saw the awarding, and it's no doubt that ONIC Esports is an absolutely confident team. But now, highlights on one member.
Yeah. Talking about we talked about the roamer from Aura. Let's talk about Keyboy here. The Sky Lord Initiator. ONIC. Well, we can see here Keyboy again. He plays a lot of hero and he makes it work. Yesterday, we saw him on that Kadita, and my oh mine, especially in game 1, he performs. Getting the outplays, getting the cover as well, and of course, his positioning for the flanks always on point. His targeting has been immaculate this season, and if we're talking about the remarkable hero, you have to say the Kadita. 3 times being picked up, 100% win rate, and of course, the average damage taken per minute is 4,000, slightly higher, and of course, with a total assist of 203. That's a lot. Sorry, Aura, we have to win this game. Hopefully, we are going to play with our bestie as ONIC Esports here. They are now walking down the tunnel cam by head and shoulders. 5 men looking for the same history. ONIC Esports.
The team with 3 first team players out of 5. All the members, though, have been shining so brightly as well in Season 10, in the regular season. And put your eyes on Kyrie as well. The man got 2 trophies today. First team jungler and the MVP for the regular season.
So a lot of emphasis will be on Kyrie right here. He needs to be shut down because we have seen what he can do given the right circumstances, ensuring that he is snowballing. And of course, that will be part of ONIC's game plan, and Aura will have to find a suitable countermeasure, perhaps going for something aggressive in the early game, denying the jungle farm.
The jungle is going to be a very, very heavy prioritization for both of these teams, because High as well from Aura Fire has been an absolute nuisance, but in a different way. For ONIC Esports, Kyrie has just been a solid player, solid jungler throughout the regular season and even throughout the playoffs. But for Hai, it does seem like in this playoffs, he's been able to reveal some of those secret picks. The Grok flexed into the jungle, the Minotaur as well. And these picks are what have helped Aura Fire elevate their game.
A lot of fun drafts we have witnessed from the side of Aura Fire, but a fun draft means what's in the data here, Rashi?
Team head-to-head by the head and shoulders, ONIC Esports and Aura Fire, you can see that Aura a lot more aggressive and they seem to play more for the team with a 50% assist rate. ONIC Esports though, very slightly ahead on the kills, but objectives is where it's at. Turret usually for ONIC Esports, Turtle as well. The Lord though is where Aura usually finds success, pulls the trigger, and they will try and do something very crazy here. Because in the previous match histories, you can see that ONIC Esports has an overwhelming advantage when it comes to their history.
Now though, you can actually just look at the stats and see the contrast of styles for both of the teams, right? For Aura Fire, it does feel like it's a very high risk, high reward kind of play style that they're bringing in, right? But for ONIC Esports, they've been very gun-shy, Arashi, at times. Very safe, sometimes too safe.
Well, the key to victory for them right now is Kyrie getting his comfort hero, contest Beatrix and Kadita, be disciplined to objectives and wave minion management, and beware of Aura's side lane rotation. It's all about that, right? Denying the comfort picks so that Aura cannot use their power picks and their cheese picks as well. And then afterwards, if they can shut down that rotation, the pressure from the other lanes, and how Aura is able to rotate with high speed, they can shut down and stifle that aggression. And we've talked about this. ONIC is an absolutely patient team that can drag it out to the late game. And if they are able to do so, Aura is in big, big trouble.
They are in big trouble here. And I feel like in this match, Aura Fire has a slight advantage just from the draft. So let's see.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, Arashi, it's time to take a look at that keys to victory, like Gani mentioned.
By X for Aura Fire here, anticipate ONIC's cheese strat, optimize Fluffy's playmaking potential. Kadita can be the key, and of course be aware of ONIC's 4-N1 setup. We talk about cheese strats for ONIC and Aura alike, so who has the strongest cheese right here will have a big impact on the game. And of course, that 4-1, right? If they can shut it down, they can maybe shut down Boots in the early game. I think ONIC will have a big problem dealing with that macro pressure, because Aura has shown that with the superior rotations, before you know it, you'll be losing turrets left and right.
You know what? I actually think Aura Fire don't have the superior macro here. It has to be ONIC Esports when we're just talking about macro, but Aura, they're just such a Chad team, right? Yeah. They go for these one-dimensional picks and they make it work somehow, some way in the highest level of MLBB. Here though, we're gonna take a look at that audience prediction by TikTok. 55% to 45%. Yesterday when we saw BTR up against Aura Fire, it was also very, very close. So again, this just shows that a lot of people are now favoring Aura Fire in this matchup.
They have proven that they are absolutely competent. And now this is the question, right? We talked about how some teams, right, when the odds are overwhelmingly against them, they perform instead. But now with the game being so close, we go straight into the drafting phase.
Notice instantly in the draft here for ONIC Esports, what did they ban first? A hero that was completely ignored by Bigatron Alpha, but ONIC Esports, they know to respect it here. With the Faramis coming in as that first ban, that's the respect given over to Facehugger, who's only lost one game this entire playoffs. And remember, Aura have played the most games out of any other team.
Ooh, that's absolutely true. And for ONIC Esports right here, they also respect that Kadita. So already a very adaptive ban coming in. And for Aura Fire, you still see it's the 1-1, is the Valentina. Nothing too targeted yet. And now that Grok though will be banned by them instead. So we won't be seeing that cheese flex towards the jungle.
It's very interesting here to see the drafts. Remember, realizing that yesterday's match, actually ONIC, they want the Kadita, but against a Godiva, like you said, Mirko, Kadita is out of the question. One last span here, perhaps. A lot of heroes still open here. We can see...
Paquito.
But
no, they go for the Eve, which is very interesting here.
What do they want to trade, though?
I guess they want to trade it for that Paquito. Has to be, right? Aura Fire can just pick it up themselves as well. But remember, ONIC Esports as well can pick up that Beatrix. Beatrix being one of the keys, the main key to victory for... Oh my god, I completely forgot about the Fanny. Kabuki Spanny. We haven't seen it since, I think, ONIC as well in the first leg of the regular season.
I want to ask you, Arashi, here. Hopefully, Kabuki practices his Fanny. If not, is it a worthy pickup?
It's a very dangerous, a very risky, high risk, high reward pick for sure. But we have seen that in the playoffs at least, the Fanny hasn't been doing so hot. A lot of teams seem to know how to play around it. And of course, the Fanny will have a lot of damage, a lot of pressure in the early game. But right now, with the creative picks that both these teams, Aura and ONIC, are able to get, they might be able to just shut it down. For ONIC right here, they go for the Akai and they go for that Beatrix. Now, we have seen the Akai flex over into the roam position to great effect, but I don't think it's available to be used as the sole engage tool. I think a bit of follow-up is required.
Aura Fire as well here. They're going to go for the Lilia pickup and the Paquito, two heroes that have been left open. Up against this composition, the Lilia just adds a little bit more sustain to that comp. And for Fluffy, this is one of, if not his most comfortable hero in MPL ID Season 10. ONIC though, they notice the Fanny and the Paquito. They go straight for a hero that can stop this momentum, stop this dive from happening.
It's a fast draft here, ladies and gentlemen. And Akai here, it seems like ONIC Esports, they aren't trying to copy RRQ's playstyle. Remember, yesterday RRQ won 2 games on the Akai. And I guess ONIC Esports, they realized the power that Akai can bring, especially against a Fanny. Akai's heavy spin is going to be so deadly.
It is. It's very deadly, especially if ONIC Esports actually now go for the exact same draft, like you mentioned, as RRQ. They've learned from their mistakes. RRQ, this is what they did to ONIC yesterday, right? Pick up that Akai early on, ban the Diggy to threaten that Atlas pickup. And if Aura Fire go for the Atlas, sure, Akai can just be flexed over to that roam position. As Gani mentioned, in that roam 1v1, when it comes down to the engages, Atlas really doesn't have a good time up against the Akai. Meanwhile, let's say Aura ignores that Atlas. ONIC can just pick it up as well, put that Akai in the jungle, and they'll have so much CC to play with in these team fights.
And with that kind of CC, all these mobile aggressive picks from the side of Aura Fire, like the Fanny, like the Paquito, they're gonna struggle quite a bit, man, because one mistake, and ONIC for sure will punish it. And Aura, though, they will limit that high ground potential with that Farsa. So Yves and Farsa both no longer on the table. And now for ONIC, the question is, are they gonna try and limit the gold lane? Because the Diggy is no longer a part of the equation, and ONIC has free reign to just pressure Aura with that crowd control.
Oh, that's going to be so interesting here to see. Aura Fire, again, trying to limit the power here, the mages for Sans. Also, and I'm guessing perhaps the next ban could be the... What heroes are left here for Sans? See, Valentina banned out, Farsa, even Yves is also banned out here.
Even the Lilia gets taken away from him as well, so maybe a Lunox?
Ah, Lunox is a...
We'll have to see.
It's a viable option.
Julian is still on the table as well, but of course it depends. If ONIC goes for that, that's a lot of damage and that's a lot of follow-up. And as we mentioned earlier, Akai with a bit of follow-up, that can go a long way. For the side of Aura Fire though, they are on the final ban for this match. With the Matilda banned away, they will go for that Masha. So expect a very strong, maybe a bit of a vulnerable gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Beatrix. It's gonna have a tough time if you have a Masha in your opponent. And I guess ONIC Esports, well, Aura Fire, what they're saying is, Boots is deadly.
Boots is absolutely deadly, but what's deadlier? It's gonna be the Gusion for Kyrie. Oh my god, this is dangerous.
In this playoffs, we just saw Gusion and played once on Kyrie, with Kyrie.
That's one too many, man.
100%. Yeah, percent.
It's a great hero. I mean, it is a really good hero, especially for Kyrie, who's gotten that little bit of a confidence boost, right? With the 2 trophies that he got here in MPL Indonesia just earlier on in the awarding segment. ONIC Esports are going to try to utilize that confidence here, but Aura Fire go for that pick. The Atlas here. ONIC Esports can still flex that Akai into the roam position, putting that Ruby into the actually no, they can put that Ruby into the XP and pick up another roamer here. No, I don't know. Actually, we'll have to see, right? It really depends on where they want to put that Akai. If the Akai goes roam, Ruby can go to the XP lane and they'll have to pick... No, they already have a jungler. This is going to be kind of tough to actually play around. It's going to be the XP and Roam, basically flex with the Ruby and the Akai. They need to pick up a mage now, unless the Gusion goes mid. Sans can play the mid Gusion. We've seen the mid Gusion in PH as well. Brent Esports.
Eudora? Maybe the Beatrix can be used as well. Hang on. Yeah. So, okay. What is going on here?
Wait. Sans is playing Ruby.
It's a Ruby mid.
Keyboy Gusion?
Is it a dual roam situation with
I think they haven't swapped. I honestly think it should still be... I think it's a mid lane Gusion that they're going for right here. Akai in the jungle. Ruby, Roam, and Esmeralda XP. I think that's what they're going for. So again, this shows that ONIC Esports, they've been learning from the ID teams, but they've also been learning from the PH teams here. I really wonder if Sans is going to go for the Petrify battle spell, just like Few in PH.
That would be a very dangerous situation. There's already an abundance of crowd control on the side of ONIC Esports. With the Petrify, that just allows allows ONIC to be a lot more dynamic with who they want to use, and that's another layer of spells that Aura Fire needs to be very aware about. And right now, yes, they have a bit of counter crowd control, but it's really lacking compared to ONIC Esports.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the draft is set for game 1. Aura Fire and as well as ONIC Esports, they will head to the Land of Dawn. So let's witness together to see the conclusion for game 1.
Here early on already, you can say that Kabuki has actually opted to go for Demon Slayer instead of the normal high and dry, the usual emblem that we see him taking.
A lot of teams, a lot of players have been experimenting with different emblems on this Fanny because that's just how weird or how dynamic the hero is. You can go with the Demon Slayer, you can go with the high and dry, you can go for the Festival of Blood as well. And I think no one has really found the right solution, so all these teams are just scrambling to try and see which exactly is the most efficient emblem.
You talked about the Petrify Gusion, and I guess it wears here. Sans on the Petrify. Yeah, you can see here the Cables jumps in onto his Keyboy, forcing him to use the flicker early. But no first blood just yet here in the first minute. Aura Fire, it seems like they are hungry for that first blood.
They're definitely going to have more control early on here. And honestly, we'll just see how they go for this right here. I think what ONIC lacks right now is that range. If CW gets shut down, I honestly think Aura are going to have the upper edge.
Aura definitely has a lot of pick-off potential, a lot of burst in the early game, but ONIC Esports, with the crowd control, right, they can be relatively secure. We saw that Aura Fire used a lot of resources to try and pick off Keyboy on that Ruby, but burning that flicker, he's able to actually survive. So I think that will be the story of the game. Can Aura Fire catch ONIC Esports off guard when their crowd control tools, their disengages, are not available to use?
We'll have to see here, ladies and gentlemen, again. Aura Fire high here with this Popol and Koopa. I guess it makes sense. It can stun out the Gusion, but apart from that, it's gonna have a good time actually against the Beatrix. There you go. Here, Kyrie here picking up the turtle. Sansa with that petrified gold. Gets taken down. The top side though, TW with a solo kill. And now ONIC Esports with the smart disengage.
That is a disaster, man. All across the map, ONIC Esports find success and they find a 1k gold lead. A solo kill coming in from CW against high on the Popol and Koopa. We have mentioned that when Kabuki gets flexed into the jungle position, High has a very limited time and experience in that gold lane, and it definitely shows. ONIC Esports, they can use this as, a key to victory almost.
It's very hard now, right, for Aura Fire, because what they could have played with was that winning lane in the gold lane, the Beatrix, Popol and Koopa lane, which Popol and Koopa should have a little bit of an edge in, especially early on. Now that the Beatrix is able to get that first kill on the board, it's going to help CW with those item power spikes. So Aura need to now rotate around to that top side, which they're doing.
People here taking a chunk of damage, but no follow-up, no commitments just yet. Sans collects his Genius Wand.
Oof. The Gusion in the mid lane, that's a lot of damage, man. I had questions about it myself, but Sans has showed it's something to consider. And of course, there you go, Facehugger.
The rotation cuts off there. Facehugger without Purify, he isn't able to escape as we are now looking Talent's prediction by X 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good at all right now for Aura Fire. And for me, for my prediction, because currently, Aura Fire aren't utilizing that winning lane they have in the gold side, right? They're actually playing around the jungle and around the turtle, which I really don't think Aura Fire can win. Like, in those team fights, you're up against a lot.
But Fatal Links connects onto his Ski-Boy here. He gets taken down instantly. We can see here's Kabuki. He wants CW. Oh my god, CW is in trouble.
Ooh.
With no spell in hand, he gets taken down. Aura Fire responds back here in the 4th minute. Oh my god, Sans! Killing spree for him as he catches Lilia. And now we can see her boost initiating onto his 2 members. No follow-up damage. ONIC Esports though, they also respond back.
Just as I mentioned, literally, they do that play, right? They play around that top side, the gold lane a bit more, and now they're already going for the turtle.
Aura is looking for the pick-offs, the burst damage, but ONIC Esports, they're able to match Aura Fire's aggression purely based on the fact that their individual players are just so adept at playing aggressively. CW able to get a 1v1 kill. Of course, Sans on that Gusion, man. With the Petrify, he is relentless. Facehugger once again, just taking a lot of aggression as Kabuki is forced to try and help out.
This is the only thing that Aura Fire is slightly ahead. The clear in the midway, but now Kabuki jumps in onto her Ski-Boy, not the right target. Kyrie will collect that lethal wonder. Emblem-wise, something significant here, Rashi.
Demon Slayer, as you mentioned, for Kabuki and Kyrie. But I think the Mystery Shell for Sans will allow him to snowball a lot more, and that is scary, man. If he can get rolling, we've seen what Kyrie can do, and I think Sans, being, he used to be a jungler as well, so he definitely has that killer instinct, and Aura Fire, they do not want to underestimate that at all.
Oh, right now, Kyrie is actually going to look for that pickup. Heavy spin, Gani.
Oh, heavy spin connects, and High is the first one to fall. We can see here Kabuki. Oh, he gets him down. Oh my god. Thankfully, he still has the steel cables to escape. But High, the gold laner from Aura Fire, is taken down. You can see here top side, Keyboy could not do anything as Kabuki picks up a kill.
Now you really understand why Kabuki went on the Demon Slayer, right? As opposed to that high and dry. He's just trying to secure his own purple buff. That's the main winning condition for Aura right now in the early stages. Because we all know, in the early game, a lot of teams up against the Fanny like to actually just prioritize that purple buff, invade early, and Sans.
Oh, Sans here. He will... Oh my god, he escapes! 5 members were on him, but no, he escapes. And now we can see here ONIC Esports with the re-engage, catches Facehugger, Godiva flickers away, and Aura Fire here, they are behind at 3,000 gold.
What an escape from Sans, man, using the jungle minion to try and make an escape, but CW now gets jumped on.
Oh my god, a little overzealous there. He is taken down. Oh my god. Kabuki gets taken down, but off camera, a solo kill occurs as Sans collects his 5 kills in this match.
There's so much action all across the map. A kill in the mid lane, bottom side, a turtle take up top. They're just doing it really well now as Fluffy goes in again.
Boots is the main target here. Facehugger collects the kill, but it's all said and done. ONIC Esports now, they want to invade as the jungler from Aura Fire now, who will win? I guess Kabuki will not have the purple buff. Kyrie getting that objective and calmly retreats.
And now the Fanny is actually going to be really weak.
Exactly, the stun though on towards Kyrie, and it seems like Godiva high. Facehugger not enough damage yet. A stun jumps in towards Facehugger. He didn't have the ultimate, and he gets taken down as Kabuki perhaps looking for compensation, but the whereabouts of ONIC Esports is nowhere near here. They do not know ONIC Esports establishing a very healthy lead.
It's a very chaotic game so far. Usually in this kind of chaotic game, it's Aura Fire who finds that advantage, but it's ONIC Esports who are able to capitalize on every single crazy skirmish, every single pickoff as well, and even every single 1v1 happening on the map. With now a 3,000 gold lead built, they're looking fresh. The better you smell, the better you play. You guys can also feel fresh with the new Axe effect.
And speaking of looking fresh, they have fresh items in their inventory as well for ONIC Esports. Skyrian helmet is completed for Kyrie, so he won't be needing to go back to the base almost at all. And of course, Sans with the glowing one, that's a lot of damage. And even when it comes to those team fight situations, his daggers are going to apply that burn onto everyone on the side of Aura Fire. And with how squishy they are, that is not damage they can shrug off. Kabuki now with the Malefic Roar though, maybe he can actually go for those 1v1 plays against the tankier members like Boots right here, right now.
Also, game one usually sets the tempo for the series, right? ONIC Esports, the fact that they have let Kabuki pick that comfort hero of his, it's going to be a huge mental hit towards Aura Fire if they don't get a dub in this game.
Oh, Fiddlings, I think next here as heavy spin will be popped. Kabuki is the main target here. Take a look at Kabuki as he gets shut down. Sans picking up the gold like and ONIC Esports, they're not done here. Facehugger flickers away, luckily. And now ONIC Esports, they are going through the mid. They got it. Aura Fire retreats.
Oh my god, close. Very close there. Facehugger just a few seconds too fast with that recall. But again, ONIC Esports, this is what they do best. Once they get that lead, they just grasp onto it. They suffocate their opponent slowly but surely. Choke them out. And this is just the ONIC style of game. They snowball completely from the early stage and they don't let go.
It's so high IQ as well because right now with the advantage, they make sure that Facehugger, one of the main players on Aura Fire to make those plays happen, gets shut down, and afterwards, instantly, they use the Akai pick to try and make sure that Kabuki will not have the purple buff. Despite his best efforts, it really isn't working out, and now ONIC Esports, they go again.
Oh my god.
Kabuki isolated there with Ruby in your comm is just easy as that to catch a Fanny. Kabuki taken down 20 seconds here. ONIC Esports, they might take 2 base turrets here.
There's not really much Aura Fire can play with again, right? I mean, they lost that gold lane matchup, which they should have been able to actually utilize. Highest 2 levels below of a Beatrix in the 10th minute of the game. And with CW being 3-2-1 and having so much farm in his pocket, he's scaled up already. He's not in the late game, but it practically feels like a late game Beatrix already because of that damage that's coming through. He can siege down the turrets with the Renner, and he can just use that Nibiru in these team fights as ONIC are looking for that top side base turret.
See here, the Lord is accompanied by 4 members of ONIC. He'll play. Passive is done, but no commitments, no engages just yet. And you can see here, Godiva though jumps in and Boots, taking a lot of damage. But no, ONIC Esports playing this rather carefully here, taking only 1 base turret.
With the Purify, man, Boots is just able to walk out of there, and now Sans is alone. Will he be able to get taken down?
Oh, the solo kill. Sans is just too much. Daggers picking up the kill here. Kabuki gets taken down 3 times. 9,000 gold lead in the 11th minute. Not a good shape.
It's looking desperate as well. Aura Fire are really getting desperate, going for those crazy Hail Mary plays, and it's not working out. ONIC Esports are simply too far ahead for these cheesy engages to work for Aura Fire, as ONIC are going to capitalize.
Oh my god, Keyboy catches Facehugger as Sans will take the double. Boots though will find a kill as well, as now 3 members trying to defend the base. 5 members from ONIC will try to focus on the base, and CW, he wants the base and he gets it. 1-0 ONIC Esports.
GG, man. ONIC Esports, the draft was phenomenal to counter the Fanny, but again, I did not expect every single lane to win in that fashion, in that way. An absolutely dominant game by ONIC Esports, and this is the ONIC we all know from the regular season. This is the unbothered, untouched ONIC Esports.
They're just so clean with it, man. It's ridiculous. They make sure that the side lanes were doing okay, and then with that jungle pressure, with the mid pressure, that surprise Gusion pick really caught Aura off guard. Allows them to actually shut down Facehugger, and without the mid support, without help from that mid lane, Kabuki is forced to try and defend his purple buff against 3 or 4 members at a single time, and it's just way too difficult in that early game. ONIC Esports, man, this is crazy.
An absolute stomp in game 1, 11 minutes here. And if this continues, remember, Aura Fire are a momentum-based team. Usually, when they get the first game, they are able to use that momentum over to the second, but after getting stomped on their comfort heroes, on a hero, a pocket hero, a pocket pick for Kabuki. Fanny, it was left open. ONIC knew that they could counter it with the Ruby, with the Petrified Gusion, and with that Akai, and they did not hesitate.
I think they more than countered it, man. With the amount of crowd control they had, it's going to be very, very difficult unless Aura finds a bit of a weakness or a way to make plays happen. I think they really should have focused on one of the lanes and not greed out to have winning lanes all over the place, right? Because they have strong laners like the Papo and Koopa, like the Paquito, but if they keep moving around trying to get plays in 2 different locations, it's a bit too inefficient, and as a result, ONIC Esports, they're able to optimize their winning lanes first and then let it snowball and let the influence pour out to the other lanes across the map.
A very action-packed game indeed, Arashi, especially ONIC Esports. They're just so active, looking for objectives, looking for initiation for speed costs, team fights, and yeah, they're just so good at mechanically that Aura Fire could not find a loophole to find even a small win.
Right, how bad do you feel if you're Godiva right now? You're on an engaged hero, but your team essentially has no damage, no follow-up. It doesn't even matter if he lands a 5-man knockup, a 5-man Fatal Links. I think with how ahead ONIC were, even that would make it would still be very difficult for Aura to win with that. And Sans Gusion makes ONIC snowball. That's just a very simple and accurate sentence to describe the first game.
I mean,
0 deaths.
There's not much Aura could do. Well, there's nothing Aura could do. Technically, if you take a look at that stats, right? 0 kills, you're right. Sans Gusion was a monster as well, though. He had the most kills. How many kills did he even have in that game?
I think
9 to 10, I think.
8, I think.
At one point it was 8, and he got a few more kills at the end of the game. So
10-0.
It's about 9 to 10.
9 to 10 kills in total for Sans Gusion. And it really works out because he was a jungler back in Season 7 and 8 and even 9. So if you put him on that assassin, he will perform as well.
Wow.
You know, fun fact, I don't recall seeing a single black shoes.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
he got bursted down before he could even use it.
With the crowd control, they absolutely
11-0.
did not allow. They did not allow Facehugger to use his ultimate. This is a Lilia without an ultimate, and that is just brutal, man. Kabuki, less gold than Fluffy and High. He is just all the way down there due to the aggression. Look at the items right here for Sans. It started with the Genius Wand for more cooldown, for more damage, magical defense reduction, and then the glowing one to do damage, single target, right? More instances of damage gets buffed by the glowing one, and of course applying it to everyone in those team fights. Very, very good. And then with the Divine Glaive, all this defense from Aura Fire is basically nullified. And with the Ice Queen's wand, even if Aura Fire use everything to try and pick him off, there is no way they can survive long enough if he uses the Ice Queen's wand. CW as well as Boots are just going to clean up. Because if you did notice, Boots does not have any magical damage items. He has an Enchanted Talisman, and the back line was completely decimated whenever he makes an entry.
It's crazy. Just take a look at CW and High, right? The gold laners here. Papa and Koopa, the dominant laner, the bully in this lane, only had 2 items compared to CW, who had 4, right? He was building towards that 4th item, but he already had the steel leg plates as well. So it's just absolutely crazy. And you can see, CW is the rich guy, presented to you by Livin' by Mandiri. But the carry, is definitely Sans on that Gusion. If you got 11 kills, you can expect him in the carry.
I mean, 4 titles here, all different from all members from ONIC, 4 different ones. Sandbag will go to the hands of the XP laner, and Forgotten One will go to the jungler, but MVP, question mark, Sans, no doubt. Presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G here. What do you think, Arashi?
It's very well deserved, man. All the way in the early game, he is just so good at identifying locations, identifying opportunities to just absolutely burst down the members of Aura. And even later in the mid game, he knows who to target because it's always a Facehugger and High, and without their main damage dealers, Kabuki can go in, but he gets shut down already because he does not have a triple buff. And now we take a look at some MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A Series, and look at that, that's just a lot of damage. And look at here, every time Aura, they can dive in, but every single time they dive like this, they can only get 1 person, and they're prone to getting bursted down just like that. It happens so quick. And again, with the amount of crowd control available to ONIC Esports, fighting in those clumped up situations is just never a good idea at all. And you can see the way ONIC plays, they just stick together and they wait for the right opportunity, and the burst is just way too much. And every time, it's always in this purple buff area, right? You can see that Boots is always in the back, and everyone in the back line has to scurry away from him because he does absolutely enough damage to deal with them alone, single-handedly, much less with the backup from his team.
And he's unkillable. That is also a massive bonus, right?
Exactly.
It's so crazy the amount of damage he can take, and here as well, Arashi. That was Sans just absolutely styling on Kabuki. And they just end the game.
What can you say about it, man? It's just a one-sided performance. And Aura, I think they made a slight mistake in the early game, but that one mistake, ONIC grabbed it and they never let go. They just waved it in their faces like, okay, you left our goal in open. You didn't, you didn't shut down any of our side laners. Just like kept waving in their face and just pushed it to the max.
I think there's more than just one mistake, right? Obviously, the side lane pressure was not there for Aura Fire, even though they were supposed to play it based on a draft. Again, though, they've also just made a lot of mistakes by going for these crazy fights, even though they're behind in gold. Contesting turtles against an Akai, against a Ruby. There's so much CC, there's so much AoE and utility, and on top of that, you have an Esmeralda that can clear fast, that is always winning the trades up against that side lane. So again, it just kept on building the mistakes for Aura, but yes, it was because ONIC kept on forcing them to make those mistakes happen.
Well, I think one of the factors why they won that game is they are on an awesome phone as well here. Samsung Galaxy A series A535G. It's an awesome phone, but I gotta personally ask Arashi to explain the details for this phone, regarding this phone.
First and foremost, 5G ready, so lag is a thing of the past. And then 8 gigabytes of RAM to make sure there's no stutters. 256 gigabytes in case you want more applications. And then afterwards, 120 hertz refresh rate screen so that you can make those flash replays the same way Sans was able to do in that game. That requires high frame rates.
Man, you know your stuff about Samsung. I should definitely check out the website to get that same information, Arashi. Samsung.com/ID, because awesome is for everyone, even the casters, because we got to play on stage against Samsung with Samsung, and we beat Samsung on my Samsung One.
So send a Samsung.
It's a Samsung gap.
It's a Samsung gap.
Our Samsung phones were better.
Samsung Samsung coming in the English desk.
Indeed, but let's talk about the drafts here. All right, Hiroshi, because I feel like in game one, it's quite clear that ONIC Esports, they are somehow copy-pasting the approach from RRQ, banning out Digi to bait out the Atlas pick from your opponent, the opponent, and Aura Fire. Even though they watched definitely yesterday's match, they still get baited.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do. The thing is, let's say you leave the Atlas open, that's a free Atlas pick over to the enemy team, and you don't have a Diggy to counter it. You don't have anything to counter it if you take a look again at Aura's composition. Let's say they don't pick the Diggy. The Atlas, I mean. Everyone's still so easy to target by that Atlas. On top of that, they already have an Akai. They can just move that Ruby over to the XP lane. We've seen Boots perform on that Ruby so many times, and that's the trap, right? That's the trap that we saw initially from RRQ yesterday, Arashi.
It's a very effective trap for sure. And with the draft of Aura, right? I feel like they were forced into it as well. But if they want to go for this draft, especially with the Popo and Koopa and the Paquito, they have to try and snowball. They have to try and get those pickoffs in the early game, relying on that damage. The fact that ONIC Esports were able to force them initially into a big fight where the crowd control matters a lot more, and then afterwards let Sans absolutely snowball. I think that was where it all fell apart, man. Aura Fire losing out in the 1v1 strong lanes, and then afterwards, they have no chance at all to win in the team fights. So splitting apart ONIC was the best bet they have, and even that ONIC did not let them do. Through the instructions of Coach Aldo, of course, with that JBL Quantum, because Sound is absolutely survival.
And this guy won the best coach in Season 10 here, well-deserved. Let's take a look at the opponent, Tezet, who is on that clean JBL Quantum as well on the Aura Fire. Now, Mirko, I've shared my insights regarding drafts. What do you think that Aura Fire should do in Game 2?
Well, it's just so tough to think about now, right? Because in the draft, I actually thought they would be able to execute it properly. And again, we can't really just base Aura's gameplay or how, we can't just predict games based on draft if it's Aura. They would have lost early on in the season. They would have lost early on in the playoffs. It was just based on draft. This team, the execution is what matters most. And it's all about that momentum, right? That controlled chaos that they have been able to utilize every single time in every single match, every single game they've had in the playoffs so far. But up against ONIC, ONIC might be too clean for that controlled chaos gameplay to really shine here. Again, right, they tried going for those plays left and right, those individual mechanical battles everywhere on the map, but they lost it. They lost the 1v1s. I think pick up stronger side laners. You need to play around Kabuki and drop the Fanny. Just drop it. It's not a successful hero. You can't get it, but what you can get,
breaking news. You can get the early bird 4M4 World Championship. Check that.
You're a bird.
I'm a bird. Yeah, I'm Albert. But bleep.le/M4. Check that site out to buy the early bird.
Istora Senayan, man. That is an absolutely legit
Rashi's owned that
location.
place.
Huh? Excuse me? That's a bold claim, Goni. It's an absolutely legitimate area, though. The Istora Senayan area,
So
arena.
legit.
It's very cool.
7,000 capacity, right? So if you're looking at the MPL Arena right now, it's 2,000, around 2,000.
So add
7K.
Add 5,000.
Yeah, maths.
More or less. But man, let's enough talk about M4. Let's focus on game 2, the drafts. Aura Fire will have the first pick on ONIC Esports.
See, this is what you need to play with Aura Fire. I think you need to go for that Atlas Diggy, right? At this point. Remember, RRQ won against ONIC Esports yesterday on the first pick. So Aura already have that data. That's why they're sticking to that first pick as well. That's why they're sticking towards the blue side. They know RRQ were able to do it. They think they're going to be able to capture the same success. But remember, this is an ONIC Esports that has just lost. This is an ONIC Esports that has just learned from that loss against Aura. It might be a bit too smart as well in the draft. He's going to be banned once again. Same exact bans as game number 1. But Aura have changed a bit. They are going to go for the Akai first pick. They've also left the Grok open.
Ooh, having the Grok available is a bit of a menace, especially against ONIC Esports. They can still flex a bunch of these heroes around as well. And you're starting to wonder if ONIC is going to go for a gold inner early on. And as you say that, it seems like right now, with the gold inner being the gold lane in particular, having so predictable heroes, right? There's just a few heroes that really stand out. It doesn't really make sense to hide it any longer. So first picking that and making sure that the other more flexible roles, like the roaming position, like the jungle, can be juked around.
It really feels like ONIC Esports are basically doing everything that Bigatron did, but the opposite, right? Firstly, ban the Faramis, pick that Beatrix. We mentioned this yesterday, BTR Aura match. BTR didn't utilize these picks, really just kind of disrespected Aura Fire by letting all these comfort heroes onto Aura. But ONIC Esports now, with the Grok, with the Beatrix, they can just go for something like an Esmeralda. Good in lane against that Paquito, and especially up against that Matilda, that shielding just disappears. Or they might just go for the Lilia first here, securing a hero for Sans, knowing that he can be very vulnerable in that second phase in the bans. So the Lilia pickup, again, just adding a little bit more sustainability and a pretty prio hero in that mid lane.
Having the wave clear will be important as well. We've seen that ONIC, it just seems like whatever advantage they have, they just put it to absolutely good use. Some teams, if they have 3 things that make them win the early game, they will make use of 2 or 1 even. But for ONIC Esports, it seems like nothing is left unused. And so I think that efficiency, or just how well they're able to use advantages, is what makes them so dangerous right here. Because now in the drafting phase, you're constantly wondering, okay, what do I concede to ONIC Esports? Is it the XP lane? Because they'll use that. Is it the jungle? Because they'll use it as well.
No, we'll see here again. ONIC Esports with that Lilia and as well as Grok, they will have a fast clear, and of course, it will create a fast rotation. And those purple bombs is gonna like create such a nuisance towards Paquito and as well as Akai, especially after Ice Queen won and Aura Fire here. The bans.
ONIC Esports with the final ban, it might be again another hero towards high, right? A jungle hero, just to probably force the Akai to the jungle, because yeah, Aura can flex all these heroes. The Akai, we've seen it in the XP lane, we've seen it in the jungle, and for the Paquito, we've seen it in XP, jungle, and even gold lane. So Aura are actually drafting themselves up a pretty solid composition so far with the flex that they have. Here though, we have a comment from Mars. ONIC's toughest opponent in the playoffs. There's no special treatment to any team because we'll definitely prepare to face any team. So they're ready here, even though they got knocked down by RRQ. They're ready to go up against Aura Fire. As you can see, 2 bans towards high. Ling, Amon taken out, forcing Aura to put one of these flex picks into that jungle.
Speaking of Aura flexing though, you just have to wonder if they are so desperate to have that Akai in a different role, they would go for that Minotaur pick yet again. Yeah. We do see that they like going for that safe kind of playstyle, and with the Matilda and with the Minotaur, they can do that as well. But especially against a Lilia and Beatrix, though, that's a lot of DPS. So if they want to make use of that, for sure, they have to end the game before the Lilia and the Beatrix get online. Otherwise, they get absolutely melted.
And Aura Fire now, usually this kind of composition works with a single hyper carry, basically. Kabuki is usually that hyper carry as the marksman, right? Because they funnel literally all the gold into him. That's why I'm calling him a hyper carry. It's not the usual core hyper carry that we've seen in the past in MLBB. It's a new kind of hyper carry in that gold lane. But ONIC pick up the Fredrin. Once again, another good hero that can stop this dive comp from happening with the taunt that he has and even the damage, the oppression that he has in this lane. But Aura, right now, I can only see a few heroes. Brody and Melissa. Those two heroes are the only heroes I'm seeing
Viable.
for Kabuki, only viable options right now. If they can go for the Yuzong, they technically can go for the Cho.
Claude?
I'm not convinced on Kabuki's Claude.
Yeah, I'm
not at all, unfortunately.
Not too convinced either, but it's an option they can go for if they want to go for the more dives. But now with the Brody, more utility, more long-range bursts coming in for Farsa and Brody alike. So Aura has locked in. They seem to want to go for the same situation. Play aggressively, get those pickoffs, and then get out using the save mechanics available on Godiva's Matilda, and maybe with the crowd control from High as well.
Well, what I'm seeing here from that Farsa pick, it's just for Beatrix. The Feather Airstrike will cause problems.
Then a jungle?
But then again,
wait, what?
The Wild Charge is going to cancel out that Feather Airstrike.
And the Benedetta jungle from ONIC Esports on the heads of Kyrie will basically mean that, again, Aura Fire's composition, that CC heavy comp, can be mitigated by the I-4-9. Not completely, but Benedetta will have a bit more room to play with that I-4-9 with the final blow with the mobility here. And guess what? The Farsa is going to have to be very careful now.
The Farsa will be one of the main targets for sure. And I think it will depend on how well Aura can snowball and how well they can start diving towards that back line. Because with an Akai, they do have a chance on shutting down this Benedetta in the early game. But of course, ONIC has plans for that for sure. And in the top lane, they have that Beatrix that can still... We saw CW just make insane plays happen over there. In the mid side with the Lilia as well. In the early game, it's going to be a bit of pressure in the mid side for Aura to try and deal with.
Well, we'll see here. Game 2, Land of Dawn, we go. Aura Fire and as well as ONIC Esports. Can ONIC Esports make this a 2-0, or can Aura Fire equalize in this game? As we go straight to the pause here. Let's talk about the compositions once again. Arashi,
what's up?
What do you think again?
Of?
The drafts.
The drafts. As we mentioned, Aura has a chance, and they do have the strong laners, especially like the Kiro, and they can use the Akai to secure the neutral objectives as well. But I think in the early game, maybe they'll have a lot of success, if any, depending on the rotations, right? But for ONIC Esports, in that mid game, right, that is where if Aura snowball, ONIC is on a difficult situation. But later on, with as I mentioned, with the Lilia and with the Beatrix, that's a lot of damage, and that's a lot of range, essentially, with the Renner that maybe Aura won't be able to deal with.
That's it, right? The range, the poke from ONIC Esports here. And if you take a look at their composition as well, it's much more than that, right? It really feels like it's so multidimensional. There's so much to play with. Meanwhile, for Aura, they're basically protecting Farsa. That's the playstyle that they're going for right now. With the Brody to peel, to just be a safe laner here up against that Beatrix. I really don't think Aura Fire... It's tough to say, but in the drafts, man, I have to say ONIC Esports, right? You really need to go for ONIC Esports here. They have a solid engage tool, they have a solid disengage tool, they have a jungler that's so mobile, and we still don't know if this is going to be the utility Benedetta, the tank Benedetta that we saw in MSC from Albert. We'll get that question answered here. Yes, it is Kyrie on the Demon Slayer Benedetta.
Well, they have a lot of flexibility, and it's just very well-rounded, right? Long range, close range, skirmishes, team fights. Depending on what they need to do to win against Aura Fire, they can just adjust. And look at Sans, man, on this Lilia. That's a lot of pressure, a lot of damage. And with that, you can see Kyrie already making moves, and Fluffy feels that pressure, man.
He needs to be careful here. Lethal Wanderer will calmly and comfortably be claimed by Kyrie. But notice 4 flickers on the side of ONIC Esports. No sprints whatsoever So perhaps they can go for the engage and disengage more surprisingly. We'll see though.
If Aura Fire wants to go for the pickoff as well, they have Keyboy. They can just deny any kind of engage. So that makes it more difficult, because if they even ignore Keyboy and go for the other members, then they are prone or susceptible to a wild charge. But look at this.
High stole it. High catch. Yeah, he gets the orange buff here out of Kyrie. And man, ONIC Esports, they're behind on rotation.
We talked about Aura having fast rotations. And we talked about Kai possibly having a better time in the early game against Benedetta. And we've seen Hai take advantage of that right now. What else can they do though? That's the question. Because one orange buff is great, but they need to keep pushing the tempo and pressure Kyrie so that he cannot be an absolute danger to the back line later on.
And we need to think about it this way as well. Guess what? Aura Fire, yes, in terms of the draft, I would say ONIC Esports, but Aura Fire has done this so many times, that one-dimensional draft that has worked out in a lot of their games. And right now, I don't know why I have that feeling that Aura Fire can actually utilize this. Oh my god!
Oh my god, Black Shoe spots.
Oh!
One less HP will not able to help him. And now Turtle take here. Kyrie will not win. That retribution is high with the heavy spin. Dashes and take a look at that. That feather airstrike didn't really connect as Boots canceled it up, but Boots will be the sacrificial lamb as he gets taken down.
Man, again, a very solid take there from Aura Fire as, oh my god, this might be a solo kill.
Yeah, W, 20-part memory deals enough damage to take him down. A brilliant calculation there by the goal laner from Aura.
That is a signature pick for Kabuki, and you see why that is the case. Now the tables have turned. A solo kill for the side lane of Aura Fire, and they are looking like they have the pressure and they have the chance to start snowballing out of control as Sans gets absolutely bursted down. This is that mid-game where the burst damage will start being a lot scarier for Aura Fire.
Kai is also sitting at a 100% win rate still in the playoffs, so that's a massive bonus for Aura Fire, right? That neutral objective control. And now, Aura Fire are actually doing the thing that they didn't do in game one. They're going to that gold lane. They're actually helping this Brody to get that power spike early. And let me just tell you, if Kabuki gets those items early on, it's going to be a massive... he's going to have a lot of damage to play with once we hit that mid stage.
Mid-game Brody, man. Quite control damage as well.
Ooh, heavy spin connects onto her skills. TW will not survive as once again the torn apart memory deals so much damage. Sunstow reinforcements comes in a little bit too late as Aura Fire. They will not gamble for more. Aura Fire staying very disciplined here.
A brilliant move once again. Aura Fire knows the winning lane in the early stage is that Brody. They weren't able to utilize that Popo winning lane in the first game, so now they're really doubling down on it. Even 4 members was placed there. The resources up top. In the bottom side, Fluffy, he's gonna have an okay time. He's not really, threatened by any of these kill pressure.
Feather airstrike to somehow try to steal that purple buff. Keyboy flickers, and in you go. Wild charge, he gets taken down. ONIC Esports now with the momentum high, trying to escape, but the heavy spin and the retribution will actually not connect. Keyboy is the one who gets the turtle. Fluffy trying to escape with that flicker. Keyboy wants Go Diva, and as well as they clear the ultimate disengage by Aura Fire. ONIC Esports winning the trade.
Another Grok who grabs the turtle. You guys can grab food here with grb.to/MPL, 90% discount code, or just scan the QR code right there, right? ONIC Esports though, right now, this is where again, Aura Fire are focusing too much on that neutral objective. They can just go towards that top side, trade those neutral objectives over to give to ONIC, but they're going for another fight.
Keyboy, wild charge for defense. Aura Fire will not have enough gap to close on towards Keyboy here as Kyrie is in the mid side there, and ONIC Esports here still behind on gold.
That's the toughest part, going against a tank Grok, right? He's so mobile essentially with the wild charge, and generally with the CC immunity, you don't really have a lot of options, especially when your team has limited crowd control. But Sans now taking a lot of damage. Aura, aggressive.
Sans here, Black Shoes, but take a look at the heavy spin. He catches one, CW flickers away, and ONIC Esports, they might look for a re-engage. The sniper does not connect as Kyrie finds the flanks here, but not enough damage, doesn't really connect, as both teams with that engage, 0 casualties.
good disengage by ONIC Esports and an initially very good pickoff. Or, oh my god, Kabuki!
Oh! The calculation is so clean and sharp. Kabuki, flicker, aggressive. And Sans, who had the black shoes, didn't even have enough time to push it. But now Kyrie actually finds some compensation, taking the jungles of the time.
Ooh, good move right here. Trying to find advantages after knowing that you're losing on one of the sides. So ONIC Esports, they have to try and continue to do this if they want to scale later on, if they want to bank on that. Or if they have winning lanes other places, they can try and funnel that to try and shut down Kabuki right now. But the turtle will be contested.
Yep, turtle though comfortably secured by High, but now Keyboy is in trouble. Boots trying to find a flank, and ONIC Esports will not have business just yet. As Aura Fire, again, with the objective control, but now High jumps in on towards Sans. Is this the right player? Keyboy taking a lot of damage. Boost comes in, and the barrier is making High a little bit stuck, but High still survives.
Oh my god.
But take a look at the passive. ONIC Esports and Aura Fire going at it in the 7th minute of the game.
Even Fluffy picks up that mid lane turret, and again, right, this is the winning condition that I laid out earlier. If Aura Fire plays and contests objective over with Kabuki's side, the gold lane in the early game, and now they can actually transition over to that bottom side, swapping Kabuki's lane. But Rashi, I think we'll dive into the items first.
Skygun helmet completed for High right here, and so he'll have a lot of regen outside of the fights with that item. And Kabuki with the Hunter Strike though, he is an absolute menace 1v1 with the Lightning Truncheon as well. If Aura Fire catch someone off guard, they can absolutely burst him down if ONIC Esports don't itemize correctly. And for now, that seems to be exactly what Aura Fire is trying to do.
Please do note that Kabuki's damage isn't with BOD yet, and expect more damage when his BOD is built. ONIC Esports here, I feel like what they can also do is just shut down Kabuki.
Ooh, it's a bit easier said than done, man. Kabuki is really good at positioning, and on the Brody, right, a lot more outplay potential is available. ONIC will go in with a conceal, this is the play. But that Matilda, man, that Matilda is just so annoying for ONIC Esports right now. They cannot get the decisive engage, and Aura Fire can play recklessly, almost crazily, because they can just get out with Godiva, and just like that, they're just going full aggro.
And again, you gotta take a look at the Paquito, because when you pick the Fredrin in lane up against the Paquito, you know that you need to get that lane dominance early on. If not, then the Paquito will definitely be able to outmaneuver you with the higher mobility that he has and the better clear, right? You can see the Paquito has just been such a menace here, taking the orange buff, stealing it away. How? By clearing up that top side and just being more active on the map compared to the Fredrin, who's very immobile.
Freddy can't really do much to try and catch that Paquito. Maybe in the team fights, that'll be a different situation. I think that is where ONIC needs to bank their hopes on, right? In the late game, in a team fight, more solid front line, more crowd control, someone to dive towards the back line, and still solid DPS. They have a lot more tools than Aura has, because it really seems that Aura is going all in that early game. With a 2.5 gold lead, it's significant, but it's not something that ONIC cannot come back from. So they are actually working against the clock.
Let's see once again though, 2,000 goldie Kabuki.
Oh, Kabuki gets on top, and now his target flickers away. And take a look at this, the counterplay from Aura Fire. Keyboy's in trouble. High pops that heavy spin as Keyboy has nowhere to go. He gets taken down as ONIC Esports. They are somehow in shambles. Aura Fire 5v4. They are confident to find the Lord.
The backup once again. We said it. This composition will rely heavily on both of. Oh my god!
Heck?
What?
All right, but
camera.
Yeah, we'll rely heavily on Kabuki. A steal though.
Kyrie looks for the steal.
Oh!
Kyrie! He gets the Lord. ONIC Esports, they are still alive now. Boots looks for the engage, but Aura Fire snooze on Kyrie, and ONIC Esports capitalizes on that snooze.
High did not have his retribution ready there. It was still on cooldown yet again. Aura forced it, knowing Kyrie was still somewhere. He wasn't seen in that team fight earlier, but they still decided to go for it. Aura, we've seen them in this position so many times, and they need to learn at this point, right? That play right there, well, that Lord take could have actually been another
nail in the coffin, perhaps.
I don't think it would have been the nail in the coffin, but again, it would have definitely helped them to start getting that snowball going for real. Kyrie, though, says no, out of nowhere. He got 2 trophies for a reason, Arashi.
I mean, he is so smart. He comes in, flanks around, And we were thinking, okay, one member gets taken out from ONIC Esports, it's over. The Lord is free for Aura. But Kyrie says otherwise, man. This is what a very solid jungler can get you. Despite the fact that they're behind, despite the fact that, for the most part, Aura is just dominating, Kyrie just finds a way, finds an opportunity, and with that Lord steal, ONIC can start to mount a comeback. It will relieve a lot of pressure, and maybe it will give ONIC enough space to try and get a pickoff, especially onto Kabuki. We did see earlier, in the middle of the lane, ONIC Esports go for that very aggressive dive to try and make sure that Kabuki gets taken out. He is able to outplay that one time. But if they do it from the jungle, from somewhere where Aura is not expecting, maybe they'll have a better time.
Maybe they'll have a better time. There's a pause here, but Aura Fire need to stay calm. They need to stay very, very calm because it feels like they're getting a bit too heated, right? They're making a lot of these impulsive decisions without the proper setup. They did get a few kills before they went on towards the Lord, but again, when the jungler is still up and your team's jungler doesn't have that red tree, you really need to think maybe 3 times, 4 times. You need to think it over constantly. We'll see though, because right now it's not looking good for Aura. ONIC Esports with that Lord are going to be able to prolong the game a bit further into that late stage. And when CW gets his items, it won't really matter that he got shut down early on.
Again, they're only 2.5k gold behind. It's not big enough for ONIC to actually be one-sidedly dominated. So I feel like Aura's mindset, right? When games are tough, they have shown that they can actually weather the storm. But when they're winning, it seems like they, as you mentioned, get overzealous. And they figure, since we're winning, we can might as well go ham, go aggressive, and get as much momentum as possible. Here though, it's Kabuki the Slayer.
Kabuki the Slayer here. Again, in game 2, it seems like he is also performing with his calculation. Sure, did he get taken down already?
Kabuki, no, he hasn't.
Not yet.
Not yet.
His positioning, his calculation, to this point, has been on point.
If you give him his comfort heroes, he does perform, but the thing is, the Brody falls off. That's the main concern for me, right? Yep. Because if they're funneling all the gold into Kabuki's hero, you like him to play something a bit later, like a strong in the later stages, because you get those item power spikes a bit faster with the way that they play, with the way that they funnel gold into Kabuki. That's why Beatrix is just such a perfect pick for this man. But ONIC, they know it's such a perfect pick. They're always picking it first here now. And it's a bit, is it expensive? Is it too expensive to go for it as the first pick in the blue side, Arashi?
First, the Beatrix you're saying?
Yeah.
I feel like it's not that expensive. I mean, it's a strong hero that
my God.
heroes with one, but Sans, whoa!
Good positioning. CW now at half HP. Heavy Speed will catch him as CW is next. Fluffy picking up the double. What the heck is going on? Kyrie trying to find some compensation here. Relieving off the mid lane. ONIC Esports, with this Lord push thing, again, they snoozed.
Yeah, ONIC Esports weren't able to do anything there. They were looking to perhaps go for a concealed play in that bottom side, clumping up together, but Aura Fire read their play out. That was a really good read by Aura. And now they're back to where they started. But again, they're going to have to build back up to that gold lead that they had. And they're going to have to wait 90 seconds for that Lord to spawn. So ONIC Esports, even though they weren't able to get anything with that Lord, it still delays Aura Fire from reaching that mid-game power spike and to end the game maybe in the 14 minutes.
I think they were, initially, Sans was also forced to use his black shoes already, so I wonder what happened when the game first resumed. We'll maybe see later in the replay, but right now, ONIC is still on damage control, and Aura Fire have extended their lead to 3.4k, and look at, for the most part, the damage for Kyrie.
Oof. Yeah, he got... No, he didn't get the orange buff, but CW out of nowhere gets a shutdown. Keyboy finds still. Godiva Facehugger is in trouble. Facehugger is trying to find something in the backside. Fluffy finds CW. A very critical play and boost. He might be taken down as well. Fluffy finds still. Fluffy is unstoppable. ONIC Esports. Fluffy again with the flicker. Trying to find a play, but ONIC Esports, 3 members survived, but 2 needs to go down in the land of dawn.
This is why they call Aura Fire the Indonesian Hydras. When you cut one head off, 3 heads appear out of nowhere. Fluffy carried that team fight despite Kabuki having most of the gold, most of the resources.
That is so... is unfortunate for ONIC Esports. They thought that with Kabuki gone, they can go aggressive, but Fluffy says otherwise, and CW absolutely gets taken out. Boost tried to protect him and provide a bit of crowd control, but against a Paquito, that's a tall order. And now with the man advantage, with the pressure advantage in multiple lanes, Aurafire will pressure for this Lord.
They're now here, 4,000 goal lead here in ONIC Esports. They are trying to find a play here. They are trying to open up the map. 4 members, 4 members in the Lord pit. High committing on towards this, but he is now trying to find a play. Feather airstrike on towards Sans. Black shoes popped. ONIC Esports here, trying to find the right play. Fluffy is already in position to find the base door top side. ONIC Esports, they might need to take control top side. Beatrix is the one who sent on that mission 4v4 in the Lord pit. 15,000 health. Reset it.
And look at Fluffy again. He's not going to. No, he's actually going for the flanks here. And they might actually look to collapse.
Oh, Circle Eagle connecting onto his stars. No fall damage. Is this a mistake? Go Diva needs to be careful. He has the flicker though. Feather airstrike popped to zone the members of ONIC.
They can just keep on doing this. Aurafire do not need to commit at all. ONIC Esports are the one losing slowly but surely if Aurafire continues this macro play, shoving that top side and constantly just threatening the Lord take, right? Lilia now is the one sent up top, and without this Lilia is, I think, one of the core members as well in these team fights, and there you go, Aura, go for it!
Circling Eagle connecting on towards...
There you go!
W with no cover. What the heck happened there? Nobody is covering CW. And now, ONIC Esports, will they gamble this again? Kyrie is in the vicinity. 7,000.
No way, no
oh
way!
God.
No way!
This guy on this retribution twice taken away from the hands of Aura. And now ONIC Esports with the right disengage. Hi, what is going on with you, my boy?
I think what's going on with Kyrie is the right question. The man is he's a man on a mission here. What the heck once again? So yeah, Hi, definitely no excuses this time. Last time it was on cooldown, this time it was up. He just missed that retry by a bit, and Kyrie, you can't do it up against this man right here. Woo. Even against all odds, Aura had the man advantage. They had the better setup. They had the Akai up against a Benedetta, but it's still the Benedetta who finds that retry.
This is a mistake. Fluffy, quite isolated. He has the Immortal though. We'll see ONIC Esports, 2 members is on his back. Fluffy comfortably retreats. Lord marching top side, bot side. What do you think of the situation here, Rashi?
ONIC Esports can use the Lord, but Sans already gets chunked down. Facehugger has a lot of damage, but now with the Lord in the bottom side, ONIC Esports, they have to try and go for, don't have to try and go for a fight. More towers to extend their vision game, their map control will be very important.
It's crazy right now. ONIC Esports basically turned the tides, right? CW is 1-5, but concealed play. They're looking for Fluffy.
Oh my God, Fluffy, is this the right target? He has the Immortal, he gets stunned up, and Fluffy will lose his Immortal. High though, the reinforcements comes as top turret has gone down as well, but Kyrie, amazing and disengaged there with the eye for an eye, as High needs to be careful here, backs away, no casualties from that engage, but Aurafire here, still in the lead of 3,000. ONIC Esports, doesn't seem like they're behind.
No, not at all. 3,000 gold lead behind, but again, right? It's that item power spike for ONIC Esports. CW has that Hunter Strike now, and I'm pretty sure he has 3 items at this point. BOD, Melvic Roar, and Hunter Strike. With that penetration, they'll be able to melt down the front lines.
They want the tier 2 wall charge. Pops for defense.
Go Diva.
Fire though, commits on towards Sans. Sans props that flicker as Boost trying to find the cover here. Distraction.
Fluffy!
But Fluffy with the flicker play with the nature pops as well. And now ONIC Esports still with 5 though in the mid side. No casualties again. Both teams just going hard at each other.
See, man, this is a crazy game. 3.2k gold lead still for Aura, but in the damage dealt by Axe, it's Facehugger and Fluffy, not Kabuki. Again, this Brody is more of a supportive marksman. I guess you could kind of call him a supportive marksman, right? Because usually when he goes for the kills, he's not the one who deals most damage. He's the one who actually stuns people up, protects that mid laner, and again, like you mentioned, eliminates people with that torn apart memory.
Right for Aurafire though, Fluffy is one of the main key problems for ONIC Esports. His burst damage comes in so quick, so fast, blink and you'll miss it. So ONIC Esports, being very backline reliant, relying on CW and Sans to output their damage, they have to make sure that Fluffy gets under control as Keyboy here gets chunked. But with that CC immunity, this is what that Grok pick gives you.
it's all about Fluffy at this point, right? Fluffy needs to make the right call here, and ONIC, they notice Fluffy was up top, but again, Fluffy, beautiful read there. This is what Fluffy needs to constantly do. Being that pressure, being that side laner to actually distract the other members from ONIC Esports as Aura look for the Lord. But if Kyrie keeps on making these crazy retribution steals happen, Fluffy's plays aren't really going to matter in the end.
Keep in mind, folks, CW is at 1-5 here. Not a fun day for CW.
Not at all.
Our fire here. They might commit to this Lord. We'll see.
I don't know about this, right? Again, Aura don't really need to commit. They still have that gold lead, even though the later the game goes, it's starting to just be completely irrelevant. Still though, they're trying to hold on to it. They're still trying to utilize it to, again, clear those side waves. They still have the better wave control with the turrets being so low. More map pressure as well for Aura Fire right now. Just don't go for that desperate play that they usually rely on, right? That coin flippy play. Because at this point, ONIC Esports can really get so much value off that coin flip play with the composition that they have. Lilia and Beatrix, they can play the long game here.
They can just sustainably harass from far away. And that seems to be what ONIC is going for. Aura Fire will have to find a moment, a chance to go for the Paquito burst damage and maybe supplement that with the burst coming in from the feathered airstrike, and that will mean Sans and CW getting taken out, but only if they can get that opportunity. With how ONIC Esports is playing the vision game and the map control, that doesn't seem to be working out for Aura Fire, but two members showing on top side.
Exactly. This is the window for Aura Fire to actually look for the Lord. They need to commit onto this while the Beatrix and the Fredrin is up top, but they don't. It's a very long Lord take and they go in instead.
Yeah, Sans here popping the blast shoes earlier. Kai catches Sans as Kyrie gets caught in that heavy steal. Kabuki will not find member, but Paystarter gets taken down. Kyrie trying to find a Kabuki. Sans though picks up the kill as the taunt will find Godiva. Godiva flickers away, but not for long as he too will fall. ONIC Esports with the full control in the 20th minute. Fluffy trying to find Sans here. Slight compensation does not succeed as the Ice Queen wand is just too much for Fluffy to handle.
Oh my god.
He pops the Immortal, but Fluffy survives.
Wow.
What the heck is this guy on?
Fluffy, the one shining member of Aura Fire here in game number 2. He's done so much for the team. He's even survived there, but now he's gonna get caught in the wild charge. No way.
Not yet though.
Oh, black shoes. Fluffy, that Ice Queen's wand
No way.
slows you down. Immortal pops, and he gets taken down. The shutdown will fall to the hands of Sans. ONIC Esports now in the lead with this Lord push. Arashi, what do you see?
I see that ONIC Esports, they have momentum here. Fluffy won't be on the map for another 40 seconds, so that means the next team fight, CW and Sans have a window of security. They can go for aggressive plays right here, and there's no real way for Aura Fire to punish. The feathered airstrike is the only thing they can do, and Keyboy will definitely jump on Facehugger if he goes for it.
Let's see. Once again, though, we are entering that late stage of the game where definitely Aura Fire's composition has been outscaled by just the Beatrix, right? The Farsa is very good in the late game, but it can still be matched by the Lilia. The thing is, Kabuki on this Brody, practically no damage to those frontliners.
He is designed, Brody is designed to do burst damage to the back line. So now, with all the factors lined up against them, Aura will try and clear the wave, but look at ONIC.
ONIC Esports here claiming the base turret in the mid side. Top side might be next as the Lord charges down. All 3 base turrets taken down here from the side of Aura Fire as ONIC Esports, they have not faked the engage here. ONIC Esports playing this rather carefully, perhaps waiting for Keyboy to use that flicker wall charge. And there you go,
wow.
One. Fluffy is in trouble here as he has no Immortal, insta-deleted. And now ONIC Esports with the 5v4. Boots catches 3! What the heck? Kabuki falls at the base now. It's gonna be the main objective. ONIC Esports 2-0.
Clean sweep. So far, it's a 2-0 for ONIC Esports. They came back from behind against Aura Fire, a team that usually absolutely are able to capitalize on that early game momentum, snowballing to the mid stage. But against ONIC, it's a different beast. ONIC Esports one step closer, one step away from the M4 World Championships and another chance to go up against RRQ Hoshi in the grand finals of MPL Indonesia Season 10. Aura Fire in the edge of elimination.
Match point for ONIC Esports, and you have to appreciate how calculated, how patient ONIC is able to play it. At every moment there, any mistake, any impatience will absolutely be abused by Aura Fire, but ONIC showed none of it. At every turn, they just know, okay, even if they're on the back foot, they can let things go and opt for the late game security. And that is exactly what they do. They eventually outscale, and that's just very intelligent, but also on the back of crazy mechanical plays coming in from every single member of ONIC Esports.
It's amazing. That game alone is just such a thrilling game, back and forth. Both teams committing, but no casualties. A very good display of mechanics were displayed practically in game 2, but ONIC Esports still on top.
Every single time Aura Fire wanted to collapse, every single time Aura Fire wanted to capitalize and to convert those kills into objectives, there's Kyrie standing in front of them, right? Kyrie with the steal twice. How do you do it twice against an Akai? When you're one man down, he was alone in the first Lord steal. Kyrie is absolutely magical in this game. Mystical, he's a mythical creature.
He got taken out like what, once or twice? And if you consider how aggressively he's been playing, how risky the plays he's been creating are, right? The solo Lord steal, the flank alone against 3 people. The fact that he is able to actually survive that, yes, it's due to, I believe he is going for a more utility build, but still, man, the amount of crowd control available for Aura to just take him out was there, and they are unable to find it.
It's so difficult for Aura now. They lost on that Fanny. They lost on now the Brody and the Farsa. So even Facehugger's comfort hero, they need to go for that first pick Beatrix at this point, I think. Kabuki needs that hero to actually perform, to actually carry the game, take the game into his own hands. We've seen this happen many, many times before. Yesterday as well, when they 3-0'd BTR, it was when Kabuki gets that hyper carry hero. It's now or never for Kabuki and for Aura Fire. They need to bank on that one hyper carry, that funnel strategy.
Kyrie's Electro final blow here, and as well as Retribution, that makes ONIC close to the grand finals. And boy, oh boy, a match point. It does seem like it's a repeat from Season 9. Aura Fire, they need to climb the highest hill here to get the reverse sweep.
If they want to go for a reverse sweep, it's very difficult, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is Season 10, so anything, literally anything is possible. Here we have Coach Chico just surprised in the audience. You can see that there's a lot of high-profile names in the audience, making sure that they watch history in the making here. Will Aura Fire take out ONIC Esports, mount a reverse sweep comeback, and represent Indonesia in M4, or will ONIC maintain their dominance? This is a crazy situation, and ONIC is looking to be on the right route to getting victory.
Oof. We're going to take a look at the item builds here, Arashi, for game number 2. 2-0 for ONIC Esports. This game was a bit longer, so you could see the improvement already for Aura Fire, but they're going to have to improve at a faster rate against ONIC Esports.
If you progress too slowly against a team like ONIC Esports, before you know it, they will have decoded you, and then there's not much you can do. So on the fly right now, they need to improvise and find something that works. We've seen a bit of changes, but for the most part, Aura has been playing with this Mathilda aggressive play, but with a measure of security, with the Faramis as well. ONIC Esports seems to have decoded that, so now for Aura Fire, something absolutely needs to change. Maybe stronger picks for the late game, but still a measure of security in the early game as well. Taking a look at the item here for Sans, he has a fleeting time, so in the late game, that's a very smart item, considering the fact that he is always vulnerable and always targeted. Being able to use the black shoes a bit earlier, every time you get an assist or a kill, your cooldown, your ultimate cooldown gets reduced by an additional 30 seconds, I believe. It allows you Suns to use his black shoes a lot more often, not just defensively, but also aggressively. And in the late game, you saw the damage from coming in from Lilia. That is nothing that Aura Fire can ignore. Fluffy as well as High were taking a lot of damage even before CW was part of the picture. But afterwards, especially when ONIC Esports gets some momentum going, they zone away Facehugger, they stop his ultimate, then ONIC just goes in aggressively, and they themselves have very tanky members. Boots, Kyrie, and Keyboy. All of them have the Brute Force Breastplate to ensure that they can catch up, but the Sky Garden helmet for Kyrie and Boots, this is what allows ONIC Esports to stay on the map for so long. And on the side of Aura Fire, yes, High has the same idea. He has the High Sky Garden helmet as well, since it scales with HP, and it also helps High with the Akai and how the kit scales with maximum HP as well. ONIC Esports in the end were just a bit more durable, and look at the kill participation though. Suns is 100%, but the Rage Cry by Living by Mandiri is still gonna be CW on that Beatrix.
Take a look at this, right? In the first game, it was all 4 members of ONIC, but now Godiva sneaks in the Forgotten One, 8 assists in total. But Sandbag will fall to the roamer. The carry is still with Sans.
It's just so crazy, right? Because Aura Fire had the grasp in the game for so long. They held on to that 3,000 gold lead, I think for 8 minutes. The entire 8 minutes there, they're able to hold on to it, but ONIC just stopped them there. It's never been above 3,000 gold, right? Every time Aura wanted to go and push that over to 4K, 5K with the Lord, this man right here comes in, the regular season MVP, the first team jungler, and your MVP for Game 2 of this series. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. His itemization, he went for tank items, and he's still able to do that.
That's ridiculous. We take a look at some of the highlights here to see what exactly was Kyrie able to do. And look at that. In the early game, Kabuki was showing that on his signature hero, you can't ignore him. He does a lot of damage. But of course, once it comes into the late game, right? Again, after Kabuki essentially got outscaled, for the most part, Aura was still able to actually find these big fights because for ONIC Esports, their composition isn't exactly mobile. But once the fight gets a bit chaotic like this, you can see that again and again, ONIC are able to actually get the jump, get the pick off essentially on Facehugger and Kabuki. Right here in that fight, with both of them gone, there's no way Fluffy alone can do enough damage, but he did try his best and he was able to buy a lot of time here. Eventually though, he does get taken out, and with that advantage, that's just a lot of damage coming out. That late game Lilia and Beatrix, that is, you need to find a way to get to them or they will completely destroy you. You cannot stand in front of that.
And now,
oh boy,
it's match point, Gani.
It is going to be match point for ONIC Esports in game 1. It was I guess it was a landslide for ONIC Esports, but in game 2, a different story. Why? Total kills were actually favoring Aura Fire, but the base actually got destroyed by ONIC Esports. So a more of an even game, 22 minutes, quite a long game. So what's in store for us for game 3? You have to wait.
Well, for game 3, at this point, they're gonna have to get fresh again. They need to freshen up in the player rooms, and they can do that with the new Axe effect with that dual action body spray. 48 hours of freshness. Say bye-bye to showers every single day, because one spray, 48 hours, Arashi.
I mean, during the playoffs, there's no time for shower, man.
The better you smell.
You have to keep practicing, you have to keep winning, and there's no time to go to shower, so staying fresh, Axe is the only way to do it. It makes sense, it's logical.
Well, Axe with dual action technology gives up to 48 hours of freshness, so hurry up, buy Axe now and get interesting rewards worth of tens of millions of rupiah.
Oh my god.
The better you smell, the better you play, so check out Axe dual action technology as well. And boy, oh boy, they're gonna have to take a short break after so we can grab a snack.
Well, you know, with the break, this gives you guys the proper time to go for that grab food that you guys have been, well, you know, you guys are hungry probably after 2 games. Right now, it's time. You've built yourself an appetite. These promo codes are here to help you out on that. grb.to/MPL IDX grab for the 20,000 IDR discount, or scan the QR code below Arashi Hoshi right there. His team is in the grand finals already, by the way. They grabbed the victory yesterday. How are you feeling, Arashi Hoshi?
I'm feeling good. I mean, it's exciting right now, but yeah, in a way, stakes are not as high for me, but it is for ONIC and Aura right now. So stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a short break.
Viva Arashi.
Exactly. Viva Arashi. Goni, Mirko, Arashi. See ya.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan
match point for ONIC to secure the last M4 spot. And again, facing RQ in the grand finals. Back in the English text here, Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi to accompany you today. And let's just focus on straight up, no BS, talk about the match.
You can never write Aura Fire off.
Yep.
Whenever you do, they can go for something crazy. And we mentioned something crazy earlier on, right after game 2 ended. That Beatrix first pick can still come through. Oh my god, look. This man right here got 2 free tickets to M4. Two! Oh my god, what a lucky man he is. But obviously, you become a luckier if you watch MPL Indonesia Season 10 playoffs live in the venue, because you get that chance to win that free ticket. But oh, don't worry. Even if you don't get the free ticket, the tickets are being sold at a very cheap and affordable price here with the early bird discount. So go ahead, get your early bird tickets at leave.li/M4 for that venue. 7,000 people. That capacity is massive, man. What you're seeing right now is 2,000.
Exactly. Book your flights, book your tickets as well here. Come to Indonesia, visit Jakarta.
Yes.
Come and see Mirko.
See Goni and Arashi, most importantly.
And Eterna as well.
And Eterna. Eterna's watching this right now.
Really?
She's shaking, probably.
Oh, ooh.
You know?
Eterna fire, you already know.
Fire. Right now, she's Eterna water. But let's see. Game recap, Albert, Goni.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Arashi, take us through this. Viva man.
Viva man here, and Fluffy was the impact player for Aura Fire. And being the Paquito, being aggressive, he's able to deter the backline of ONIC Esports. But eventually, ONIC were just too clean with it. They avoid all the mistakes. They avoid, for the most part, all the traps that Aura set for them. And they were able to survive to the late game. And in that late game, all they have to do is ensure that they don't get completely comboed by Aura Fire, and they win based on the tankier front line and the higher DPS in that back line. And of course, a mix of magical and physical. So we do see a jersey in the audience right now.
Shout out Evos.
Shout out Evos, legends. Ooh, yeah. With that jersey, still there are some Evos fans here in the building, even though Evos unfortunately did not make it to the playoffs.
They have to watch the playoffs from their homes. Now, game 3 is about to start. Drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, let's see ONIC Esports now. Different story, they will have the first pick.
All right, ONIC Esports on the blue side. That's the Kadira and the Beatrix. They know, man. You're never gonna get Beatrix, Kabuki, I'm sorry. And for Facehugger as well, I don't think you're ever going to go get your Faramis, man. ONIC are so smart in the drafts here. Unless
they let go of the Faramis for this phase, because we've seen that with the right composition, with the right game plan, you can deal with the Faramis, but against Aura in particular, right? They are so good at abusing it that I think it's a bit too dangerous to try and play with fire like that. Literally.
They can even just first pick it, right? So ONIC Esports are just gonna ban that Paquito, again, using that Faramis pick as a threat, basically. Right now, Aura are gonna be the ones who are forced to ban it out. But if they do ban out the Faramis, what is up for grabs right now? The Grok? That's it though, right? Yves as well, technically, but I don't think we're gonna see that first picked.
Claude?
Ooh,
Fanny?
Fanny as well. Tell, you're absolutely right. I don't know if ONIC wants to go for it though.
True.
Haven't really had...
They lost twice on a Fanny.
You're right, yeah. Both of the games they lost was... Well,
Gushin.
Fanny, they go for the Gushin ban early though. I don't think the Gushin will come up early on. The Gushin pick for first? I don't think so. A Kai ban though comes up for Aura. Gushin, not going to be the first pick. It's still that Faramis that was left open. And for Aura, oh, this is where it just gets really Grok. They got to just pick up that Grok. Other than the Grok though, what? Did they go for another hero for Kabuki? A Yves? I think Yves at this point, right? They need to give Facehugger a hero he's comfortable with. Grok Yves, perhaps.
Lilia can work as well, but ooh. Solid prediction by Mirko here. So Grok and Yves, solid mid lane pressure, but with the Grok, right, depending on where this Grok goes, it's gonna change how Aura plays. So for ONIC right now, they're still drafting blind essentially. And I'm wondering if the Gushin will make an appearance, because with the Faramis, right, it might be a bit too much, and it might not synergize as well, because we've already mentioned that Faramis right now, you need some really good synergy to actually make good use of it. So if they go for the Lilia, that will mean a Faramis roam, and that can still be an option.
Lilia, and if they really want to suffocate Kabuki, they can pick up the Brody, as Kabuki's Claude, like we earlier discussed, isn't really convincing.
Let's see, it's the Claude and that show for Keyboy or Kyrie or Sans. That's the thing, can be flexed to 3 roles. We've seen it happen for ONIC Esports so many times. And Aura Fire, guess what? The Grok can also be flexed into 3 roles. Jungle, XP, and that roam position. So Aura can use this flex pick a little bit better here. Just to, what do they want to go for actually? Comment though from Godiva. From the first day until today, the 3rd day, we've learned a lot because we really deserve to play in the playoffs. Ooh, it's a little bit of a spicy comment there, you know, because a lot of people were saying that they didn't deserve to play in the playoffs. They were lucky to get in. Aura pick up that Melissa, knowing that ONIC can punish Aura Fire in that 2nd phase if Kabuki's hero isn't picked up yet. I don't know about the Melissa though. We haven't seen Kabuki make crazy plays on it. It's a very safe gold laner. It's not that flashy playmaking gold laner that we like to see on Kabuki, that he's found comfort in.
Well, it's a lot of damage, and it can deny the Way of the Dragon combo perhaps. But of course, overall, it's just a very decent hero, and you can't really do too much with it. So right now for ONIC and Aura will ban out that Atlas, and for ONIC, not quite sure, a bit of crowd control maybe, or a bit of AoE. Oh, it's the Mathilda, so denying the save potential from Aura Fire.
Yeah, it was a very, very annoying pick. Even though Aura lost, Mathilda was just so annoying. Such a nuisance there with the disengage, with that guiding wind, the sustainability, and just the maneuverability across the map. That mid control was absolutely amazing on that Mathilda. Aura Fire now, they're caught in the... I'm trying to think about it right now, right? What are they going to go for? Paladin?
Remember, Fanny's still open. And Aura Fire opposite for an Esmeralda ban. Looking at their composition, Aura Fire, Melissa, and as well as Eve, they're quite thin. They might pick up a Fanny. Sure, Melissa has to go away, but it can be baited out.
ONIC Esports now with the ban goes in for that Raph, so they're really just stopping Godiva. They're really targeting him down now. 3 bans in total in Onyx bans towards Godiva. There's a hero that he's played before. That Ruby. Kufra, that Ruby. Those 2 heroes are still available. The Kufra hasn't found any success so far in Season 10. Not much. The Ruby has, but actually up against his composition, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty solid here. But they can always just flex that Grok into the roam position as well. They can pick up a very... Ooh, you know what? Why do I have a feeling they are going to go for Minotaur here? It's up against a Faramis Claude. 2 dive heroes. With that Minotaur in the jungle, can be an option. Yeah, but if they do want to go for that Minotaur, they're probably going to last pick it. If they pick it up here, it's a bit too fast. So go for the Angela. Usually if they go for the Angela, they go for the Ling. Yeah.
Ooh, I feel like they severely lack damage.
Good here.
Fanny for ONIC.
Yeah.
Against a Melissa, I don't know about it, man. That go away.
It can bait out the go away first and then commit to the Melissa, no?
You're right.
Possible.
Against the Grok as well, that barrier is going to halter the Fanny a lot in these team fights. So again, right, ONIC, just Fanny in general, not a good pick so far in playoffs if we're looking at the win rates, because it's still 0.
Why not the Aemon or Gusion if that's the case? You know, maybe it's a bit too much magic damage, but if you want to opt for the Fanny, I think those are better options. But that is exactly what is here, and that is a Yutong as well, Goni. So you know your team best. ONIC with a full dive situation here. If Aura picks the Ling, it's going to be very, very tough.
Minotaur, I think. No? They need to go for something crazy. They go for the Ling. Up against this composition, that's a Cho that can lock you down. That's a Faramis as well. I don't know. Aura Fire
in the early game as well, dude.
Yeah, Aura Fire are going to have to look for that team fight. That's what team fight and split push technically. They need to look for like a 3-2 setup.
A split push and abusing the Link's mobility with the hard guard. I think that's the only way they win. Even in a full-blown team fight, I guess you can say that they can win with the superior DPS, but even then it's a very close call. I wouldn't be very confident in banking everything on that one moment.
No, not at all. Aura Fire once again against ONIC Esports. This time, it's the last chance, the last hope for Aura Fire. If they lose here, it is all over. It's gonna be the same result as Season 9 for Aura. Let's see if they can pull off a miracle up against ONIC Esports, the Giants, the Titans of Season 10.
It's time for potentially the last match, the last game for ONIC and as well as Aura Fire. Match points for the Yellow Porcupines. Can they close it out? Or can the Orange or Red Dragons delay the series?
Let's see. In terms, again, Fluffy is gonna go on that XP lane Grok, and he has no intentions of going tank. High and dry once again, Arashi on that Grok. Full damage, I think, is what he's gonna go for. And in terms of mid control, I don't think you're gonna be able to beat this. Cho and Faramis, that mid control, mid clear is so fast.
It's essentially almost a dual roamer strategy, but Fluffy now taking a lot of damage. And in the trading game, I think Boots has a bit of an advantage, so this lane can really go either way, right? Harris Stans is doing more damage, but Aura abusing the mages on their team essentially to try and get a bit more advantage, taking the litho as well as Kyrie prioritizes his buffs over that.
Yeah, Aura Fire now, early on, the Sling is gonna have quite a, well, actually not that bad of a time actually, but Kyrie, there you go already, as I say it, are gonna go for the invade. ONIC, Kyrie's all alone though.
Sans has given the information that High has no retribution. Kyrie will capitalize on that, but it's just a mistake. Kyrie, low the first blood catch by Fluffy. Now 3v2 in the jungles. Is this a little overcommitment? Sans goes down as well as Keyboy 1v4ing. Gets one, escapes as he has no more skill resource here. What a play from Aura Fire.
A smack there from Aura Fire. Town prediction by Axe says that again. It's me and Lim, Kabuki. Hey, now you see him, now you don't. Keyboy though, just
wow, he's
so
alive.
annoying. Keyboy is no longer a Keyboy. He's a key man in this game.
And Boots, while Fluffy is occupied with Keyman, he's been able to push and take out half the turret gold in the top side. So CW right now in a weird situation. Hang on, where's he going?
Wait,
Whoa.
CW?
Whoa.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate, right? I mean, there's no other way to go for him. He was sandwiched in by the Angela, but I think I personally would have been a bit, happier giving the kill over to the Angela instead of the Melissa.
Well, Kyrie right now is still farming up a Storm. If you look at the level difference, it's still quite similar, but Kyrie has a bit of an advantage, but High also hasn't been taken out, so we'll have to see how this plays out in the next turtle fight. Both level 5, but whoa!
Got the cutthroat on towards High. Forced him to recall. Keyboy trying to find Facehugger. Facehugger is not on a pure fight. He needs to be extra careful as Kyrie will collect that turn, no problem. Real preparation pop, but Fluffy the front side will not survive. Boots jumps in with the dragon form here. Facehugger is in trouble. He has no flicker. Oh my god, that passive will not take him down. Faramis popping that co-alter. High now, helped by the hard guard, trying to deal damage. Tempers of Blade pops. Boots needs to be careful here. 4 members is on this guy, but he survives.
High gets out, but still it's ONIC Esports with the control on the neutral objective, on the map even, as CW is able to clear out the wave down below. Arashi, let's take a look at that emblem, right? Because again, CW on this Claude, on the Avarice, very easy to farm up.
But he was also on the Avarice as well, so funny enough, a bit of a contrast. But Demon Slayer on the side of High, so maybe he'll have a better time securing his purple buff. We did mention that that is a big factor. But now ONIC Esports, Kyrie knowing that he wants to go aggressively, he has a High and Dry. So if High isn't careful, the High and Dry will spell his doom.
Securing an item? Arashi, come on, man. Here in MPL ID, we don't say securing an item, we say grabbing an item. And you guys can grab yourself some food as well. Maybe even grab yourself some groceries or grab bike over to the MPL Arena with the grb.to/MPL code. 90% discount right now.
Upside, we can see here. Oh, actually, Fanny did not commit on towards Fluffy there. Fluffy, well played.
Not really that much to commit to if you're ONIC Esports at this point, right? That you already have a solid goal lead in the start of the game. Play with it, and that's exactly what they do. Ooh. They're playing with it. They're going into the enemy jungle. High is the same level as CW right now. And Kyrie is definitely going to be able to utilize this.
CW with the blazing duet just to clear. Tempest the Blade pops as well. Kabuki popped that goal away, but high!
Called Alter.
Gets caught. And now,
oh wow,
escape. And no casualty actually from both members.
Unfortunately, it was a bit of a misplay there by Kyrie. I think he meant to use that cutthroat over to high, but I think, yeah, he just tapped on it. It was the gold buff that received the damage and was targeted, but top side, Kyrie's looking for that redemption.
Oh my god, that high and dry will give a lot of damage here on towards Kyrie, but that flicker Fluffy.
No way.
He is on a fire here as High will have the space to collect this turtle, no problem.
Fluffy's such a menace.
Oh, yeah. Turtle will be taken. Keyboy forced to use the flicker here on a fire. Real world manipulation there already popped. So Fire will not look for another engage, a reset for both teams.
Dude, how many times has Fluffy amazed us in this series? He's such a good player here.
Playoffs.
He's buying so much time for his team, and this is the little wins that Fire needs to take right now if they want to actually scale into that later stage with the Yves and the Melissa having a little bit more power to work with, those items. Thing is though, ONIC Esports, I actually think Fire might be able to do it, right? The game is going very slow, and with this Yves, they're just going to constantly clear out the waves. Melissa as well, you can't really shove them in.
It comes down to execution, I think, in the late game, because for ONIC Esports, if they get that dive, right, if they get the perfect fight, it's going to be very difficult for Aura to try and match them. And for now,
God.
Wow, I didn't even see it.
It's too fast for your eyes, Arashi.
Conceal play. Good awareness by Kabuki. Disengaged CW will have the space to take the bot turret.
Another turret over to CW as he just hates turrets. Aura are looking for a trade up top here. Boots, though, is very sustainable.
Oh, Dragon Form has popped here, trying to look for the right target, which is Facehugger. No commitments just yet here on ONIC Esports. They are a very, very good team too. Yeah.
You know what else is good? That skin. That skin is absolutely amazing, man. Oh my god, Kabuki collapsed.
Go Ace pops. Blazing Duet here to deal damage. Kabuki with the help of Guard, they're surviving under the turret. Keyboy will not look for the initiation here. As Fire, they are behind at almost 1,000 gold, but at this point, right, it's an even game.
It's a very even game, but towards that mid-game, I think, when they get to about 9 minutes, of course CW will have his own power spike, but everyone, I think, will have a bit of a spike in power. And looking at the heroes, ONIC Esports as a dive comp is a lot more dynamic. Unless Fire has a secret plan on how to deal with that, I think ONIC Esports will have the slight advantage. High, late to the party, taking a lot of damage, just one hit coming in for CW.
Yeah, when you take that much damage from one hit from a Claude in 7 minutes, you know that the Claude definitely has something up his pockets. He has the golden staff, that's why. 7 minutes in, that's a pretty impressive time to get it. With the steel leg plates as well, right? With all these other items. Oh man, I don't know. Claude's gonna be an absolute monster once we get into those skirmishes. Meanwhile, for the Melissa, just the 500 gold behind. But, we'll see how they actually pull this off. The go-away can be a very, very good weapon if Kabuki's able to pop it perfectly up against his Fanny.
And in contrast, look at Keyboy with a lot of tankiness. We can see the Godiva. He rushed the fleeting time, so a lot more cooldown reduction. And if he does get an assist, that hard guard is going to be up a lot faster. But at this point, Aura isn't doing that amazing, and they're not getting all those pickoffs. So will that fleeting time actually pay off? It's a bit too risky. And as you can see earlier, if he missteps, he can get instantly deleted. But Sans goes for that dive with the Cold Altar.
Godiva here gets taken low. Facehugger, though, is the first one to fall as Godiva has not animation time to find that hard guard. An amazing play. I feel like that fleeting time is just a standard build for Angela. And now CW and friends looks for a kill on towards Fluffy. 4v1. Power of Nature to save the day here. But Kabuki goes in. High gets out of low here. Gets out of danger quite low. And it's a 3,000 gold lead established already for the yellow Porcupines.
It's looking like it's a 3-0 at this point, right? 3.6k gold lead. ONIC Esports have so much map pressure to work with. They've actually been able to take that tier 2 up top, and you can see the claw damage, Arashi. That's what I mentioned. Once he used that ult, Facehugger and Godiva disappeared. 100-0, almost in just a split second. Fire desperately looking for this purple buff, knowing that High will be a non-factor if he doesn't get it. We'll be able to secure High, or grab High, that purple buff. But ONIC Esports are already on the Lord, and this is the bait at this point. ONIC are baiting Aura Fire to take this fight. Up against so much AoE damage, up against that Cult Altar as well, and a single target lockdown for the Ling. Aura have to look for a miracle team fight.
It's gonna be on the shoulders of Facehugger to output that damage, man. But Fluffy right now, he's trying to make a miracle happen.
Oh my god, Kyrie will clap the Lord and high attempts of blade, but Fluffy will fall. Kyrie will try to find a plan, but Fluffy connects onto his High here. High is in trouble. He gets taken down. Godiva is next. As now ONIC Esports still withdrawn with 5.
Oh my god.
1 by 1. Aura Fire members get deleted. Kabuki, last man standing. Go away pops here. They need to be careful. Aura Fire, take a look at the recalls. ONIC Esports, at this point, they're just having fun.
No counterplay. How do you beat ONIC Esports right now? The way they're playing, the way they're drafting, it's a perfect match. And ONIC Esports can just, again, play with the Lord. They've taken that passive from the base turret already with just the mid wave pushed in the mid lane, and now they can actually look for that end in the 11th minute. That's absolutely insane. 7,000 gold lead. CW, if he gets back up, if he gets his mana, he should be able to use that Blazing Duet, but as it stands, CW, has to recall, so no, it's not going to be an end for ONIC Esports.
Might not be an end, but it's going to be a 7.3, 7.4, and adding gold lead for ONIC Esports. Right now, it all comes down to can they get the decisive engage? Because if they do, and they catch members, it'll work out fine, but otherwise, Aura Fire, they still have a chance to use that Eve to do a lot of damage, but of course, Keyboy and Boots will have something to say about that.
Yeah, the flicker wall charge.
For Fluffy,
Kind of sus, but
didn't work out.
Aura Fire here still defending their ground. Superman still. Oh my god. People and friends. Oh, the dive, calm, call, alter, everything. Bang, bang, bang. Godiva goes down. Facehugger is next. As ONIC Esports, they look for the base turret top side. Gets it. High cannot escape as the Way of Dragon isn't in the arsenal, but High doesn't matter. Tempest of Blade pops as he will not fall just yet. He's trying to distract, trying to play the delay game. ONIC Esports still with
Kyrie's hunting him.
But Kyrie comes with the cutthroat, claiming the monster kill. A base turret inside here will be the... Oh my god, CW gets taken down. Kabuki gets a shutdown, but the Way of Dragon connects onto his Kabuki. Taking a lot of damage, but thanks to Godiva, he survives. Sans, though, on the other hand, finds Fluffy.
Aura are still able to stay in this game, getting a 2 for 2, but it feels like it's inevitable at this point. ONIC Esports have snowballed so hard into this mid stage. They still have a 5.7 thousand gold lead despite, again, the kills that are going over to Aura Fire. And you can give it over to Kyrie here, who's had such a phenomenal performance on the Fanny, a hero that no one has found success with so far in the playoffs. Kyrie looking to crack that record as well. That 0% going to turn into, well, not a high percentage still, but it's at least the first win for Fanny in the playoffs.
First win for Fanny, showing the other players that it can be done with the right strategy. So now for ONIC Esports, they're playing it calm, cool, collected. Aura Fire, they will have a very difficult time contesting this. They have a strong backline, but against a Yutong and a Fanny and a Cho, and pretty much against the whole composition, ONIC Esports right now, they can do whatever they want. Aura Fire needs to do something crazy, like the Wild Charge you saw earlier, but together and with the right follow-up. Because otherwise, if they don't follow up properly, there's no way at all they will come out on top on these fights.
Again, this is it, right? ONIC Esports are just baiting Aura to go for the Lord Fluffy.
Oh, Fluffy, a little too aggressive. He gets taken down with no compensation.
Oh my god.
Look at the ball. Kabuki survives. Lord will be taken high in the backside. Tempest of Blade as a defense. No, CW catches Facehugger as Kabuki might be next. CW will not get the kill, but Sans will get that as 5 members of ONIC now looking for 2 members left standing for Aura Fire.
It really feels like ONIC are toying with their food right now. Kyrie, does he read this? He doesn't. He just gets a good cable over to the base. ONIC Esports looking for the end here. High, no purple buff.
But my god, cutthroat, and now ONIC Esports looking for the last M4 slots, and things are just looking bleak for Aura Fire. 2 members down. 3 members down. Kabuki though is up. Now they're waiting for the minions. Call Ultra Pops. Fluffy trying to find the defense, trying to find the outside kill, but he gets taken down. And now the base, the last M4 spot is for ONIC Esports to take. Yellow Porcupines will go head to head against RRQ. See you soon in the M4 stage.
It's a complete massacre! A shout out for ONIC Esports up against Aura Fire. And for ONIC, they're going to be eating dragons tonight. ONIC have qualified to the M4 World Championship as your second Indonesian representative.
It's also a rematch in the grand finals between RRQ and ONIC that has been confirmed right now.
3 seasons in a row. ONIC RRQ, ONIC RRQ, ONIC RRQ, and it's always the same. Upper brackets, ONIC lose 3 seasons in a row. They come back and they make it to the grand finals. We'll see what happens this time.
Wow. Season 8, it was ONIC taking the crown. Season 9, RRQ gets their revenge. Season 10, who will get there first? But congratulations to ONIC once again. Nice try, Aura Fire. You guys again won the people's heart.
It's poetic. The most unpredictable season, but we have the same exact result as the last 2 seasons. The regular season was absolutely insane. The playoffs were insane as well, but in the end, ONIC and RRQ shows again that they are leagues above the rest in Indonesia.
This is such a tough situation for Aura Fire. They were so close and they were gonna try and make it close, but a 3-0 result is not what they are hoping for. But it is what it is. This is a competitive scene. They have to accept this defeat, take it in stride, and improve a bit more. Because they have been showing that every season they are getting better and better. And what's scary is that you can say the same thing about every single team in MPL ID right now. Next season, we're gonna have a blast.
I want you, who is in the live chat, who supports Aura Fire, put the hashtag Aura Fire, spam it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, nice try. Aura Fire here. Great effort in the playoffs.
Absolutely. No one expected them to even. Most people expected them to lose in the first match against Alter Ego. The last send-off over to Aura Fire. Once again, the people's champions. They never fail to grab our hearts. And they're gonna give the crowd, the fans, everyone in the building, and every one of you guys at home as well, one final bow before they leave MPL Indonesia Season 10 as number 3.
Ooh. Defeating Alter Ego in day 1. Defeating Bigatron in day 3. Aura Fire. Man, oh man, this is a team to watch. Still in Season 11. Take a look at the fans, their passion is within this team. Their community is just growing bigger and bigger. ONIC Esports, though, on the other hand, congratulations. Enjoy your rest day for tomorrow.
Look at Keyman.
Keyman is just fan servicing here.
Yeah, he's just having a blast with the crowd, with the Sonics here in the building, going with the drums. Ooh, that's the right tempo right there, Rashi.
That's a roamer.
That is a roamer. That's why he's roaming, right?
Exactly.
He didn't go back to the playrooms. He's roaming to the crowd. He's roaming everywhere, just like he did in game. And he's gonna be roaming over to Istora Senayan for the M4 World Championships as well.
Man, oh man, what a conclusion here. Saturday, but Sunday. It's gonna be the climatic events of Season 10. Arashi, I love your squints. I love that our team will meet again in the grand finals.
God, it's the besties again, the royal besties. As R7 put it, it's no longer the royal derby.
Besties.
You know, for Aura Fire, it seems like they're still satisfied with the victory. I mean, even with the loss, they are top 3, despite being doubted by every team, every analyst, every coach, everyone in general. Give them a big round of applause once again, though, because Aura definitely shocked the world with this performance in the playoffs. Almost the Cinderella story. Almost.
Not this season, but you can't tell what's going to happen next, man. This team, with how well they're performing, the improvements have been very, very impressive. As we take a look at some of the moments from that game, that match. And I think what's to highlight is the audience, man. The fan base support for both these teams.
It's amazing.
You can feel the passion. You can feel the support for sure. And it's unfortunate, but they will absolutely support their team in this time of need for sure.
It is what it is, as Arashi likes to say it.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. What it is. But the Yellow Porcupines again, man. Oh, Aura's journey stopped. Yeah.
In top 3.
Top 3 ONIC Esports, though, making sure that they secured the last spots for M4. My God.
Dude,
M4 is gonna be lit.
M4 is. I mean, from the Philippines, Blacklist is already qualified.
Yeah.
So for us Indonesians, still kind of it's kind of scary team to face up against later on. So we'll see. This time it's in Jakarta.
Ako Pinoy.
Oh, whoa! What does that mean? I know mahal kita.
Mahal kita means love you.
Lakat
There you go. Oh yes, there you go. We have a lot of Filipino words, as well that can't be said on broadcast.
Yeah.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride.
We can say Optimum Pride. Viva Arashi. Arashi's happy. RQ.
What are you on, Arashi?
Yeah, this is like a touching moment from two teams. We should take a chill pill. I feel like we're having a bit too much fun at such a weird moment.
Bude, please take control of us and take the interview. Let's go.
Just take it.
Take it.
Grab it.
Now.
Sonic! Kemenangan yang begitu mutlak 3-0. Bagaimana perasaanmu, Kiboy? Berhasil untuk men-secure posisi kembali di babak M4. Setelah tahun lalu berhasil masuk di babak M3, kali ini kamu balik lagi nih.
Perasaannya sih yang pertama senang banget sih. Jadi ya bisa ketemu bestie lagi nanti.
Buat besok nih ya Grand Final. Bukan M4-nya dulu, besoknya dulu. Kalau M4-nya, ini World Championship, apakah ini memang menjadi salah satu tujuan dari ONIC Esports?
M4 target juga sih, cuma tetap juara yang pertama.
Fokus ke yang ada dulu berarti?
Yang ada dulu.
Wow, ngomong-ngomong bestie, tadi Kibo itu udah nyenggol langsung bestie. Ini kita kayak udah mengulang skenario ini 3 season berturut-turut. Ketika tim ONIC Esports dan juga tim RRQ bertemu di upper bracket final. Ini entah mengapa ada sesuatu yang terjadi antara bestie ini. Dari ONIC Esports berhasil diruntuhkan untuk ke lower bracket. Seperti halnya di season ini. Kira-kira apa yang terjadi ini?
Apa ya buat upper bracket lawan RRQ? Nggak tahu juga sih.
Entah mengapa ya.
Ya udah nanti di grand final kita balaskan aja.
Kita balaskan aja. Tapi berkali-kali kalian skenario dengan kita lihat ketemu lagi RRQ. Kamu tentu udah mempelajari banyak hal tentunya dari tim RRQ dan timmu sendiri. Kita ngelihat bagaimana progresnya. Bahkan untuk hari ini kalian berhasil menyapu dan menutup. Untuk aura perjalanannya harus terhenti dengan 3-0 lebih strong lagi. Kita lihat dari hari ini saja. Kalian begitu kuat. Apa yang terjadi semalam tadi nih, Kiboy?
Apa ya buat semalam? Mungkin persiapannya lebih matang lagi sih. Lebih siap lagi. All in lah.
All in untuk hari ini. Dan kamu ketika melawan tim Aura Fire. Lagi dan lagi kalian harus menghentikan perjalanan mereka. Bagaimana melawan Aura Fire mungkin dari season lalu ke season yang ini juga?
Buat lawan Aura yang pasti Aura tim yang sangat kuat lah. Kalau jadi ancaman buat semua tim sih. Terus ya lumayan sedih juga sih untuk Aura kalah. Saya kan ada hike dulu setim udah lama.
Manado Pride. Manado Pride, tapi untuk Aura Fire tentunya harus tetap semangat. Aura Fans, mungkin kamu ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat Hai dan juga Aura Fire? Mungkin ada masukan atau mungkin dukungan-dukungan yang bisa diberikan?
Ya buat Aura Fans harus banyak sabar sih. Dan harus tetap support terus tim-tim masing-masing. Soalnya pasti di setiap kompetisi itu pasti ada menang ada kalah. Jadi tetap motivasinya harus tetap ada terus. Nyala apinya buat kompetitif lah.
Nyala apinya untuk kompetitif. Begitu luar biasa. Dan tentunya semua dukungan juga terus bergulir. Dan Keyboy ada yang spesial ya. Keyboy di sini orang tuanya datang juga ya?
Kurang tahu.
Loh, dia nggak tahu kalau nggak salah di sini ada orang tua dari Keyboy, betul? Betul ya? Di mana ini? Oh, surprise! Ada di sini, boleh mungkin kangen lama nggak ketemu. Inilah dia ayahanda dari Keyboy. Om jauh-jauh dari Manado, Om?
Ya.
Dari Manado?
Iya, dari Manado.
Ini sengaja surprise atau gimana, Om?
Iya, karena kemarin kalah jadi datang mendukung hari ini.
Oh, baru datang?
Iya.
Selamat datang, Om, di MPL. Gimana, Om, ngelihat pertarungan? Mungkin Keyboy bermain sekarang di panggung sebesar ini, Om.
Senang sih kalau untuk tampil di panggung sebesar ini, pasti bangga lah. Membanggakan kota juga tuh dan provinsi Sulawesi Utara.
Sulawesi Utara nih, udah ke bawah. Kamu awal-awal susah gak sih dapat izin papa untuk berkompetisi?
Mungkin awal banget sih, dari pas baru memulai banget.
Dan
Cuma waktu udah buktiin bisa menghasilkan uang, bisa berkembang terus, beri izin.
Oke, tapi kedatangan papa ke sini kamu kaget ini?
Kaget sih.
Gak tahu, ada yang mau kamu
Soalnya
sampaikan?
fokus banget buat turnamen ini, buat lawan Aura, RRQ semuanya.
Luar biasa, sampai nggak tahu loh, Om. Omnya juga ngerahasiain. Ini kamu ada yang mau sampaikan nggak sih? Papamu udah jauh-jauh dari Manado.
Kaget sih, Bapak. Ya, makasih lah udah datang jauh-jauh dari Manado, udah support. Biarpun ada kerjaan dan sebagainya, bisa memberikan waktu gitu. Biar lebih semangat lagi sih, tapi sih. Pasti lebih semangat lagi buat next match.
Semangat lagi tentu, tapi yang ada di Manado kayaknya juga banyak banget yang ngedukung kamu. Boleh dong kamu sapa-sapa yang ada di Manado atau mungkin keluarga besar atau siapapun yang ada online dan juga ada di sini, Keyboy.
Buat Pakibas Manado kali ya?
Boleh dong.
For orang-orang Manado yang dukung Pak kita, Ngoni selalu dukung Pak kita ya, supaya kita berkembang lagi, lebih jago lagi. Dan boleh mau ke M4 dengan segala persiapan yang matang, supaya kita nggak mau STEK 12 ulang, STEK M4.
Wow, pokoknya dukung terus semuanya. Om, ada pesan-pesan gak sih buat Keyboy untuk besok Grand Final Best of 7, Om?
Ya, untuk diketahui warga Kota Bitung, khususnya Wali Kota Insinyur Morris Mantiri sangat mendukung. Dan jangan kecewakan lah, jangan kecewakan Kota Bitung untuk membawa piala season 10 di ONIC Esports.
Wow, ini tentunya menjadi kebanggaan tersendiri untuk Keyboy dan juga ONIC Esports berhasil mengamankan slot M4 dan mereka akan bertanding lagi esok hari. Terima kasih banget Keyboy, terima kasih Om sudah datang ke sini. Dan untuk game tadi tentu saja akan di breakdown oleh para caster yang sudah bertugas di sana. Silakan take it away.
Wow, what a heartwarming interview. Keyboy, Bude Mongstar, and Keyboy's dad. But now let's shift our focus to the item builds here. 14-minute game, 20-7. What do you see, Arashi?
Well, first of all, you see that CW has a full inventory slot, so he was having a great time. And Kyrie here, he goes for a lot more physical defense if you notice. He is going for the blade armor, and he's going for, most likely, the antique cuirass as well, knowing that he's against High, and essentially against Fluffy on the Grok as well. So that's a lot of ability damage that he needs to watch out for. And if he can deal with that, the only real threat is going to be Facehugger, but that's exactly what they play around, right? They go for a lot of physical defense, and then they make sure that Facehugger is the main target. Again and again, you saw in this game, every time Facehugger is trying to do damage, ONIC Esports completely shut that down. Looking at Boots on the Yuzong, he also goes for one Radiant Armor, and instead of going for any more, he goes for Hunter Strike, and then he goes for Physical, right? Because if he can pick off Facehugger, it's all over. Which is why Facehugger is forced to itemize for the Glowing Wand, trying to do a lot more damage, especially when it comes to the Lord Dances, where everyone's walking in and out. And yes, he was able to do damage, but overall, without that utility, it's just a bit too difficult for Aura Fire to withstand the kind of aggression. And ONIC Esports just take the game, with the rich guy, by leaving my Mandiri being CW, and the carry is gonna be Sans on that Faramis, man. Usually we talk about Faramis being more of a utility hero, but in this game, you see how aggressively Sans was playing? He was flickering forwards and all that, so credit to him, I guess. I think it's one of the most aggressive performances on a Fire Mist I've seen in Season 10.
Yeah, he was absolutely just a menace, right? Such a threat in this game, dealing so much damage, even though, again, he's on that mid lane. He's in the mid lane. He still has that assassin instinct that we know him for back in Season 7 all the way to 9. So I guess you could say it's still typical Sans, but you're right. The Fire Mist performance was absolutely stunning because not only did he go in for these crazy engages with the flicker, but that cult altar was always perfectly placed as well. Your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G is Sans on the Fire Mist.
And now we take a look at a bit of the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A Series as well. And all the way since the mid-game, man, where ONIC Esports were able to get an advantage. They kept abusing that dive composition, the mobility, and that cult altar for sure. Everyone just dives towards the back line, and whoever is left behind just gets shredded bit by bit. And Kyrie is just so dangerous, man. Look at that. Just instantly taking out anyone who's just foolish enough to stand around. And every single time the fight breaks out, it's so difficult. Look at that. Fluffy tries his best to try and do damage here, but even if he can get one, there's no way that Aura Fire can actually continue and extend the fight to its full potential and get advantages and objectives afterwards. ONIC always backs away in time, and after the fight begins, Cult Altar, and then the way of the Black Dragon form as well. And just like that, everyone is zoned away so far away from the Lord that there's really no contest to Kyrie. And if Kyrie can steal on that tank metadata without any contest here, it's just going to be very difficult. High comes in, but it's a bit too late. And because they are forced to split apart like that, you can see that Aura Fire, they are completely lost. ONIC is in between them, and in a front-to-back composition, you cannot do that at all, right? Because with members of ONIC just roaming around between you, that is no one taking the damage, and that's their back line getting taken out.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. On point analysis, Arashi, thank you very much. But this is it. Lower bracket final is done and dusted. 3-0. ONIC clean sweeping the Red Dragons, which means ONIC will go to the grand finals tomorrow against RRQ and secure the last M4 slot from MPL ID. And oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Regular season, 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
Playoffs, day 1 done, day 2, day 3, day 4. We are going to see day 5 tomorrow. The epic conclusion is about to unravel, ladies and gentlemen. Mirko, any final thoughts?
Well, it's just absolutely awesome. But you know, maybe the players have their final thoughts as well.
Let's listen. Highlights by TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
Okay. Funny missing ya. Nice down. Nice! Lihat gua ya. Lihat gua lang. Nice lah. Noti. Lili ada ulti nggak? Gak ada. Nice. Lihat gua guys, panik. Gua dapat panik guys. Panik.
Wow.
Paki. Kayak ini nih. Kalau dapat ya. Mana? Nice. Mau kemana, Brody? Panik bang. Rame tuh. Jangan jauh banget ya, Kit. Nice lang. Poin aja buat ya. Awas diplikir, awas. 2 orang. Boy. Buat TB. Guys, kita awal, gua fokus. Buat tahan 2 orang juga tuh. Bisa ya. Nice banget. Nice. Masa gadot ya. Mati ya. Balik. Cover. Ini banyak ada jalan. Ego bisa post aja. Ya. Habis dapat door balik ya. Balik. Lihat gua nih guys. Aman gua ya. 2 orang. Brody. Dia minum natur. Dia. Gua baca cewek. Nice. Gak ada flicker dia guys. Nice. Awas jalan. Ada tilang. Nice. Flicker dia aman pelan. Maki dulu. Nice. Gua depan. Baik, gua dapat 3. Nice, bot. Sorry kalau bisa mati. Nice. Bisa tahu. Bisa kok. Nice. Itu dia, bro. Nice. Golden kalau ya. Nice. Bisa lagi. Gak bisa apa-apa itu linknya. Bisa nih. Nice banget. Nice. Masih bisa guys. Nodes ya MM-nya. DP. Gak ada ulti. Ini gua naga nih. Dan gua nih. Jalan dulu ya.
Nice boy.
Nice.
Lihat ini ya.
Lihat DP guys.
Nice.
Lihat bawah nih, MM nih. Lihat gua guys.
Medicine saja. Gue udah bisa tarik.
Santai.
Melisanya belum mati.
Aman, ada gua Melisa. Ada gua Melisa. Ada gua. No dash we.
Nice.
Sabar boy. Oke, pelan-pelan. Gua market live ya guys. Orang dulu aja. Bisa.
Medicine awal tim.
Gua tower sih guys. Agro di gua.
Bisa tower.
Gua tower guys.
Nice.
Clean cut communication there displayed by ONIC Esports. All 3 games, they were pretty much very clean, clear, very
unbothered,
structured as well, unbothered as well. And nice try again, Aura
Nice
Fire.
try.
But ONIC Esports here, after yesterday's defeat from RRQ, seems like now they have a quickly to improved.
Oh, for sure. Improvement is an understatement. You know, Aura Fire gave RRQ a heck of a match. 3-2. All right, RRQ basically scraped that victory again. Aura could have been the one to actually move on over to the upper bracket finals in that final game. It was a mistake by Facehugger that gave the game over to RRQ. And ONIC Esports, they've certainly improved with the man you see on screen. The keys to success as well, Arashi Hoshi.
Well, the key to success for ONIC Esports is going to be Kyrie, right? He was so solid, he was doing so many things, and in the second game, those Lord steals, man, that's just unreal. When you have that reliable of a retribution, the Lord takes becomes so low pressure, and I think that's what ONIC was feeling. They were so calm, chill, collected because they are not worried at all, and Kyrie completely delivers, and afterwards, it's the composition, right? It's just so clean and so smart, so any team going up against ONIC in future, they need to try and solve this puzzle because ONIC Esports right now, they're way too flexible and they are way too multifaceted. You can't really have any easy way to go about it.
Very well-rounded.
Yeah, I agree.
It's all about that head when you're talking about ONIC Esports because the masterminds behind there are just so smart. And obviously the shoulders, because if you have dandruff-filled shoulders, ew, I'm not going to listen to you.
Guys, wet and itchy dandruff, yuck. Immediately wiped out. Limited edition, get yours now at the nearest mini markets or e-commerce. That was quoted by Tigrill, by the way.
Whoa, that was quoted by Tigrill. And hey, Tigrill makes a whole lot of highlights in-game with this implosion. You guys can upload your excitement and maybe your montages as well on TikTok, but mostly just upload your excitement because we're having a special challenge here. With the hashtag MPL celebrations with an 1-0 instead of an IO, you guys can get all the rewards you see on screen right here. And one of those rewards is Garnier Men.
Garnier Men, if you want perhaps clear face.
Clear face.
So
look at Arashi. His skincare has to be #1 in the game. On point. Why, Arashi?
Because I use Garnier.
Garnier Men, because he's a man.
Because this guy, this brand is in Indonesia for 9 years. So complete products and specially designed for Indonesia's men's facial skin. Hashtag ini pilihan gue, or that's my choice.
That's my choice. And it's also my choice where to get my Garnier Men from. I personally like to buy it on Blee. You guys can also go on Blee because not only can you get Garnier Men, Secret Lab, and everything you see here, but you guys can go for M4 tickets. Who doesn't want to come over to Jakarta for a stadium experience for M4? Go complete your Mobile Legends account as well with 25,000 IDR cashbacks, Arashi.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
You can buy food with that.
You can buy food. You can buy a lot more things, like also an early bird ticket, Arashi. Where? What's the website? Let me know.
blip.li/sahabatmain.
What does Sahabat Main mean?
Play friend.
Play friend. There you go. You can also use Final MPL10 for Goni. A discount of 25,000 IDR.
Ooh, relax. Code voucher. Final.
Scan this.
Scan Arashi.
This MPL 10. Scan below Arashi. And well, with all that being said, let's take a look in a little bit with the brackets. What has happened from day 1 till day 4? What has which team fell first? Which team survives? Which team secures the M4?
According to my calculations, it should be ONIC and RRQ in the grand finals right here.
You're lying, right?
It should be. I think ONIC were able to get a victory early on.
You're right.
And oh, wow, what a surprise. It's RRQ
Oh my God.
and ONIC for the Royal Bestie.
Well, let's recap here. Alter Ego and as well as Rebellion taken down in day 1, but in day 3, actually, Bigatron sent home Aura Fire today. Their playoff journey must come to an end, but I guess now you guys can have this product, Mirko.
What? I can't hear you.
What?
Well, have this. JBL Quantum. Special offer,
This
JBL
one right
Quantum,
here.
15 only, IDR 275K. Just scan the QR code below Arashi Hoshi. That is going to be very, very important, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that RGB?
Well, it is, you know, and with this RGB, it's a lot of value. You gotta save up some money to get this because it's very, very good value.
I choose.
What do you
I
choose?
choose you. Living by Mandiri.
Because he likes living.
I like living. I like to be independent, and that is literally what Mandiri means in Bahasa. Download Living by Mandiri to get special promos. Keep an eye on MPL ID to get the latest info, latest tidbits for Living by Mandiri users. Ain't that right, Arashi Hoshi?
You're absolutely correct.
Well, you know, when you have a lot of money, when you have a good bank account, you're comfortable in life, you gotta invest in comfort as well. Your backbone, man, that's a bone you do not want to break. And this Secret Lab chair helps you with that, with the completely adjustable seats here. You guys can adjust that backrest system. So, and there's a height system as well. So if you're a little bit taller, you're like, hey, Mirko, I'm tall. Maybe the seat's not made for me. There's an XL as well. There's all sizes for all you guys, humans in all shapes and forms. So go ahead and check it out everywhere. My personal favorite is the Blibli e-commerce website.
Secret Lab at Titan Evo 2022. That chair is designed to sit, and of course, we're talking about business investments as well. Don't forget to buy gold. UBS Gold X MPL Season 10. Woo! Starting from 100,000, get yours now, and of course, you might get free MLBB skins. Get yours from ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blibli. UBS Lifestyle, ain't that right, Arashi?
Ain't that right, Arashi?
That is right.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. If Arashi says it's right, it is not going to be left. Go ahead and check it out here, e-commerce, and Blibli. My personal favorite as well, Blibli.
Give me yours. Give me yours.
No.
Thank you very much. Earlier on, I have one.
Now you have to. Wow. You did not invest. You stole it from Arashi.
That's not investment. Come on.
You asked for it.
Report. Toxic
Value.
report.
That's not how investment works.
Negative
Nani.
teammate.
But
Report.
how investment works is you get this, in a few years, you will have more. So technically, you're not that wrong, but there you go. Especially now, you know. Speaking of, though, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of UBS Gold, speaking of everything, in Indonesia. There's something in Indonesia, in Bali, very, very soon, in December.
Oh my God!
From the 2nd to the 11th of DECEMBER. That means December 2022. There's going to be a special event. Because I need to spell it out because the event is also spelled out. IESF World
Champions
Ship. There you go.
Wow! And I heard Arashi that this is going to be near the beach or on the shores, or
it is
above.
So according to my knowledge, to my information,
Oh my God.
it's gonna have a festival format near the beach. It's 700 players float in from over 120 countries. Like, whoa, what?
Just throw it over. We're gonna see the VT for IES.
Akan hadir bersama dengan event garden hingga acara cosplay. Saksikan sejarah baru di Bali 14 World Esports Championships 2022 di mana lebih dari 120 negara bersaing dalam 5 panggung berbeda di 3 platform game. Mencoba merebut total hadiah sebesar $500,000. Beli tiketmu sekarang di www.garudaku.com dan follow Instagram kami untuk informasi lebih lanjut.
Well, that was a very clear and very straightforward VT.
Very.
I bet everyone who watches that VT just quickly understand what the VT is.
It's on a beach.
It's on the beach.
There's cosplayers. There's a lot of crazy festivals going on as well. There's a lot of booths that you guys can visit from all the sponsors, from everything. Even the players here. Hey, if you guys are flying over from the Philippines, Blacklist International, the Seaball team, they qualified to ISF. So if you want to support them in Indonesia, in Bali, go ahead. You can also go for a vacation because guess what? It is in a very, very special place.
Let's go. I hear host. I hear Audi. Let's just throw it to Audi. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away.
Akhirnya kita mendapatkan 2 nama untuk babak M4.
Luar biasa sekali dan besok Grand Final akan mempertemukan pastinya kedua tim ini yaitu adalah ONIC Esports dan juga RQ Hoshi.
Bukan The Royal Derby ya? Apa?
Royal Bestie. Bisa aja Royal Bestie. Tapi besok harus lebih semangat lagi ya. Pasti dukung tim-timnya ya kan?
Ini harus nyiapin suara lagi nih para Sonic yang masih di sini. Besok siapkan itu kodam.
Iya, kayaknya besok kayak ini ada berapa tenggorokannya? Banyak banget nih kayaknya.
Banyak, mereka dari hari yang kedua sampai hari ini tetap semangat tentunya. Karena kita melihat bahwa match berjalan itu udah 4 hari total. Bermain dari 6 tim, sekarang tinggal 2 tim untuk esok hari, Audi.
Luar biasa sekali, pastinya tadi juga banyak banget ya yang bisa kita petik dari sebuah pembelajaran. Aduh aku tuh bener-bener memang ya MPL season 10 ini fluktuatifnya benar-benar memang menegangkan ya pastinya di rumah juga tuh.
Tapi good game well played tentunya untuk Aura Fire dan juga semua tim yang sudah beradu. Esok hari kita akan bersama-sama untuk melihat siapa yang akan menjadi pemenangnya antara The Royal Bestie.
Luar biasa sekali.
Audi, untuk saat ini kita kan udah janji tadi ya Audi ya.
Benar banget.
Udah janji mau ada 2 kategori, 2 nominasi untuk diberikan hadiah juga.
Benar sekali. Nah, tadi dari 7 kategori kita udah sebutin 5 kategori dan sudah dipanggil pemenangnya. Tapi sebelumnya nih kita mau say thank you dulu untuk acara yang luar biasa ini.
Wow.
Karena MPL Indonesia Season 10 Powered by Munton presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series.
Kita juga punya official sponsor Axe,
official super app partner Grab,
official sponsor Head and Shoulders,
official content para TikTok.
Yap, dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Blipli,
GBL Quantum,
Livin by Mandiri,
Secret Lab,
UBS Gold,
dan juga Garnier Men.
Dan tentu saja ada kita punya broadcast partner, ada Vidio dan juga TVRI.
TVRI yang di ujung Indonesia, dari ujung Indonesia sampai ujung Indonesia. Hai, sudah tonton ya? Hari ini matchnya seru banget.
Betul, tapi udah nggak perlu berlama-lama lagi karena semuanya penasaran untuk awarding yang selanjutnya. Karena kita akan membacakan untuk Best Talent. Tapi bukan kita yang bacain, Audi.
Iya.
Ini ada seorang legenda, talenta yang tersembunyi di belakang sana. Siapakah dia? Wih, udah ada yang tahu. Si kaleng-kaleng.
Siapa nih kira-kira? Kita langsung aja ya.
Kita langsung berikan tepuk tangan kepada Cornet.
Masa udah menang kendor. Coba lebih kencang lagi dong. Asik.
Cornet menikmati sekali kayaknya ya.
Gokil.
Welcome Cornet. Hai.
Luar biasa ONIC Esports, tepuk tangannya dulu dong. Luar biasa. Jujur ini yang benar-benar gue kangenin kalau ke playoff dan gue ngeliat semangat kalian yang benar-benar gak ada habisnya. Luar biasa. Dari para fans, dari para penonton, dan bahkan juga yang di rumah yang sedang menonton. Dan balik lagi juga, gue kali ini hadir untuk kedua kalinya membacakan siapa talent terbaik untuk season ini. Halo Mama Chan. Dan nih gue kameranya kemana sih sebenarnya? Ini baru pertama kali gue dibangun.
Itu
di
di tengah net ada,
di tengah situ ya?
Jimmy Jeep ada, terus ada ini flying
itu,
kamera,
okay.
flying fox kamera.
Untuk benar-benar sepenuh hati untuk menyemangati players untuk bikin semuanya meriah pastinya. Jadi gue sangat salut juga untuk para caster bahkan yang bertugas sekarang. Buat teman-teman caster luar biasa. Host juga, Audi baru kenal juga, ada Bude. Luar biasa. Oke. Ini boleh langsung di next gak nih ke nominasinya adalah nih. Takut gue salah baca nih. Nah ini dia. Jadi gue akan langsung ngebacain 2 nantinya. Tapi sekarang untuk Indonesia dulu. Karena gue akan langsung memberikan informasi untuk kategori Best Talent Indonesia by Grab. Nominasinya adalah
Nominasi Indonesia Best Talent by Grab. Mongstar, Audi, Monica, KB, Om Wawa, Momo-chan, Ranger Emas, Pak Pulu, Awel, Nevin,
yang ngerti lah kalian ya.
Nggak lihat
Manusia
kan?
tidak.
Nggak lihat.
Gak lihat ya. Oke, itu dia untuk semua nominasinya. Kira-kira menurut kalian siapa yang menjadi Best Talent Indonesia by Grab? Siapa? Bolong, Pak Bolong. Kornet, kagak ada gue. Kagak ada gue. Gak mungkin gue. Coba, 1, 2, 3.
Kornet.
Oke, sembari gue buka untuk pemenangnya dari Best Talent Indonesia by Grab adalah Profesor KB.
Wow, congratulations untuk KB yang berada jauh di sana, masih dalam perawatan. Dan halo.
Net, gue di layar TV, Net.
Woi, ngapain lo di rumah sakit? Kerja bego, maaf. Kerja be.
Sebentar ya. Halo. KB bentar ya, speech-nya ditahan dulu karena kita bakal mengundang.
Cepet sembuh KB. We love you KB.
We love you.
Cepet sembuh.
Karena dan KB dan semuanya kita akan mengundang perwakilan dari Grab, Director of BD National Partnership Grab Indonesia. Silakan untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung, ada Mr. Teres Abouman. Ngasihnya gimana ya Be ya? Kamu harus kesini dong Be. Diwakilkan oleh Kornet sang sahabat, boleh.
Oke, iya diwakilin gimana?
Dan congratulations KB dengan perwakilannya. Oke, ini foto bertiga ya jadinya ya. Nggak apa-apa Be, kamu lebih besar Be di atas itu Be dibandingin di sini.
Ini kan namanya kan diwakili sama kepala keluarga.
Oh, kepala keluarga bapak, calon bapak. Tapi KB, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih? Congratulations once again untuk sebagai a Best Talent by Grab.
Sebelumnya mungkin mau minta maaf dulu kali ya, karena sampai hari ini, detik ini, bahkan mungkin sampai besok pun keadaan belum bisa memadai untuk aku pribadi hadir di MPL. Dan itu mungkin menjadi sebuah sebuah notes dan tantangan lah agar kedepannya nggak cuma buat aku tapi buat talent-talent semuanya, biar kita bareng-bareng jaga kesehatan. Dan untuk ucapan terima kasih udah pasti terima kasih kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala, kepada keluarga, kepada Five Brothers, kepada Cia sama Kembar, terus budung-budung semua nih yang pada nungguin Bang kelas KB kapan, Bang breakdown kapan, nanti kita bakal bikin lagi. Terus terima kasih juga buat talent MPL lainnya, karena gue masih percaya kalau seandainya MPL ini adalah sebuah grup ya, regu kita yang kerjasama. Jadi nggak ada best talent KB berarti yang paling bagus KB, enggak ada kayak gitu. Gue masih percaya bahwa kita bagus bareng, kita bekerja untuk show-nya. Jadi kalau misalkan emang guanya bagus, berarti teman-teman gue juga bagus, semuanya bagus. Dan terima kasih juga buat MPL, terima kasih juga buat teman-teman penonton Mobile Legends semuanya. Dan yang pasti selamat berjuang lah buat dua tim yang menuju ke M4. Udah gitu aja kayaknya.
Oke, get well soon KB. Cepat pulih, cepat sehat. Dan tentunya semuanya turut mendoakan KB yang sedang dirawat di rumah sakit.
Benar sekali, biar cepat sembuh ya, nanti bisa gabung
Again,
lagi.
begini.
Oke, terima kasih banyak KB. Dan kita lanjut lagi, tadi udah untuk Indonesianya. Sekarang untuk talent English pastinya. Karena ini kalau ngomongin talent English sebenarnya dulu waktu awal-awal MPL, tapi ini luar biasa ya, MPL udah 10 season. Tapi kalau misalkan flashback ke belakang lagi dari awal-awal season, banyak yang mencoba, termasuk saya pribadi, untuk mengisi kursi talent bahasa Inggris dan ternyata tidak semudah itu. Karena bukan bahasa yang kita biasa pakai sehari-hari dan juga banyak intonasi dan juga play by play yang berbeda kalau misalkan duduk di kursi caster bahasa Indonesia. Jadi kita langsung saja untuk kategori Best Talent English. Nominasinya adalah
Nominasi English Best Talent by Grab, Mirko, Aiterna, Arashi, Goni,
Bahasa Inggris.
Gimana? Jangan. Itu dia untuk nominasinya. Menurut kalian siapa coba? Hah? Kupijak palamu ya. Gak ada namaku dari tadi di Inggris, di Indo gak ada. Siapa? Mirko. Oji lagi bahasa Inggris. Cuma bisa yes no doang. Oke, kalau gitu kita cek ya langsung. Ini udah pasti banget dan emang sudah ketebak. Untuk pemenang ya. Coba skripnya mana? Takut salah ngomong saya. Nah. Dan pemenang dari Best Talent English. Dan pastinya ini orang yang selalu gue sebut setiap nama. Kalau misalkan Cios nanyain. Bahasa Inggris yang paling keren dan juga casternya luar biasa. Inilah dia, Mirko!
Wah, congratulations Mirko, Bahasa Inggris.
Bro Mirko. Wow. Boleh ya? I would like to invite juga nih untuk Publishing Director of MLBB Indonesia, Ibu Summer, untuk memberikan penghargaannya kepada Mirko sebagai Best Talent English kita. Kami undang untuk hadir ke atas panggung. Ibu Summer, Publishing Director of MLBB Indonesia.
Untuk Ibu Summer dipersilakan untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung Ibu untuk menyerahkan piala bagi Best English Caster Mirko gitu.
Enak ya kalau ngomong Mirko ya. Mirko.
Soalnya Mirko memang luar biasa banget ya, apalagi sekarang banyak sekali audiens internasional yang turut menyaksikan MPL lewat English broadcast kita. Mirko silakan.
Wah gila sih, wah bener-bener sih. Dari awal masuk ya MPL itu beneran gak nyangka banget sih. Bener-bener kayak miracle story sebenarnya. Dari mulainya pas mama gue sakit, gue bisa dibilang gak ada duit. Harus beneran cari kerja dan bisa aja loh ya. Mungkin blessing dari Tuhan memberikan gue masuk ke MPL dengan cuma bisa English sebenarnya, gak bisa casting. Tapi dengan bantuan dari Muntun, para talent semuanya di sini, dari MPL juga mendukung gue terus dan bantu gue beneran improve terus dari international talent dan pastinya juga dari pendukung MPL semuanya di sini. Makasih banget dengan dukungannya. And for the international audience, thank you so much for all the support throughout the years. It's been absolutely phenomenal. I love this job and I'll continue to do this forever until I die. Special shout out to the love of my life, my girlfriend, Luis Lorenza. Thank you, I love you so much. And thank you, MPL Indonesia.
Thank you. Katanya mau terima kasih untuk semuanya. Buat yang ada di MPL, yang ngedukung Mirko juga, story dia tentunya sangat luar biasa ya untuk
Peluk
sampai pada titik
jauh,
ini.
peluk dari jauh. Semua
Oke.
talent buat Mirko, keren banget ya. Sekali lagi semangat untuk Mirko dan congratulations.
Yes, dan tentunya MPL akan terasa sepi kalau nggak ada talent-talent yang mengisi acaranya. Udah kayak apa ya, kalau kita ibaratkan kue, ini talent tuh udah kayak cherry on topnya, udah kayak yang ya menghiasinya lah ya.
Meses-mesesnya ya.
Meses-meses.
Ini pertama kali juga ke Bodai di MPL Season 10 dan luar biasa banget memang. Keren-keren banget.
You're the best juga Audi, you're the best.
Wah, keren-keren banget. Good. Bener-bener mau ucapin congratulations lah buat semua best talentnya.
Yes.
Wow.
Semuanya the best juga dan best supporter tentunya untuk MPL karena semuanya berhasil untuk menggemparkan hari ini dari awal season tapi belum berhenti karena esok masih akan ada The Royal Abasti.
Benar sekali, simpan energi kalian baik-baik karena besok akan lebih panas lagi match-nya.
MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Wih, oh yes,
Season 10 Grand Final.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Penuh terisi dan makin berisi. Siapa punya prediksi mana yang akan tersisih? Ada yang keras cuma di atas kertas, tapi di arena dia langsung lemah status. OP hilang tak berbekas, kena mental kita beda kelas. Tempat terbatas, 6 teratas. Siapa yang pantas? Tangan ke atas.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita kan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss, we on this.
Satu langkah lagi ambisi makin berapi. Sang raja galaksi dunia kan ku hadapi.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita kan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss, we on this.
tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini.